They've been telling us since 1964.
I've been in the same traffic jam, going to the same job every day for 6 years, and so have they. Every day, all our husbands, we get up and we take the same road into the same job. We even dress alike. We put on the gray suit, and it's like sheep.
Sam, that's not true. You're not like anybody else. And you're not a sheep. You've got character. And I love you.
Bah.
Sam, did you say something?
So, we have a brand new Pope, and he's American. Let's get into it. So this is Pope Leo, the very first American-born Pope born and raised in Chicago, which makes him the 267th Pope heading up the Vatican. But not only that, he is registered as a Republican. What does this mean? Now, we can all speculate, but Trump did post this just a few days ago as him dressed up as the Pope. Now, I'm just spitballing here, but does this mean that America is in the driver's seat of the Vatican now? Oh, but wait, there's more. On the same day, Trump says you better go out and buy stocks. This country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. Now, that day being May 8th, I posted this. A new pope has been selected, then Bitcoin goes past 100K. And 8 being the number of wealth, follow the money. Not to mention, speaking of crypto and money, then this happens.
More than 50 million Americans hold some form of cryptocurrency. This digitalization of financial services is not a trend. It is a transformation.
Yes, that is a US federal regulator now telling us banks can buy, sell, and self-custody crypto. Coincidence? Let's keep going. Let's not forget, the Pope died at 88. Then Trump posts this the same day saying whoever has the gold makes the rules. Then that same day, gold hits an all-time high. And like I said in part 1, the Vatican has a ton of gold. Does now Trump have control of that gold? And let's not forget that JD Vance did visit Pope Francis right before he died, like he knew. Then Trump posts this. This is a major trade deal that he just made with the UK, which include ethanol, beef, cereals, fruits, vegetables, and more. And remember that code I showed you guys, 128, that's linked to major events? Yeah, that's today, day 128 of the year. I mean, one of the towers fell in 9/11 at 128, Francis Scott Key Bridge fell at 128, the GameStop squeeze at 128, even Luigi had it in his fake ID, 128. All in all, follow the money because I think we're about to enter a brand new regime. I've been telling you guys a new system is coming, and I think it's here, so hit me up for consultations, but let me know what you guys think below.
Chosen ones are really awkward people. You know, they different. And they know they different. They know they don't fit in with anybody. They know that they are awkward. The way they do things is awkward. You know what I mean? And they don't fit in with the everyday person because they can't be around regular people who talking small talk. You know, chosen ones don't really go to parties because they see everybody just dancing to some noise, you know? And so they come off strange, you know, because they do nothing like everybody else do it. Chosen ones got their own unique way of living their life, and A lot of people just not used to that. So when a chosen one is by themselves, they go through growing pains because their soul is too big to shrink.
First Food dies. Now Dr. Casey Means is now going to be our next Surgeon General after Trump just nominated her today. If you don't know who Casey Means is, she is sister to Callie Means. These two brother-sister combo in the past, year have gone and just taken the mainstream medical institutions by storm. During her own medical school tenure, she really saw what a bunch of BS half of the medical institutions were and what they were spewing, because they were never trying to find the root cause of what was happening to our bodies. They were just trying to find drug dealers for the pharmaceutical companies. She sides more with the holistic part of medicine as opposed to your traditional MD. And holy cow, guys, this is going to send shockwaves through the whole medical community, I think. But this is a win for Maha, guys. This is a good pick.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Well, look, I am a great admirer of President Biden. I think he will ultimately go down as one of the most consequential presidents because of all of the legislation he was able to pass in his first 2 years and the incredible work he did on the international stage on his second 2 years. As some of the other seminal legislation is actually implemented, Americans are going to benefit from it. You can be sure that Donald Trump will take full credit for it, but it was Joe Biden's vision and his desire to do the right thing rather than the politically expedient thing that ultimately, I think, sacrificed some of his favorability.
All right.
I'll make this very simple for you, Dan. Men should not play sports against women. I'm not going to get into all the bullshit that's going on out here in the world today. If anybody thinks that, I think they're stupid. I'm not, like I say, I support the gay community 100%. I support the transgender community 100%. But I do not, under any circumstances, under zero, think that men should play sports against women. And if anybody have a problem with that, they're going to have to get over it, because I'm not going to change. I just think it's wrong, period. If people disagree with me, I'm good with that. Hey, we disagree. Yeah. I'm not mad at you. I don't hate you. I'm not going to call you names, because that's just silly and stupid. But I'm never going to think it's all right for men to play sports against women. And I don't even think that's controversial. That's the thing that's funny. Like some of this stuff make, like when you see these debates on television, like, yeah, men shouldn't play sports against women. I'm done. I don't want to hear you try to explain it to me. No, I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to argue with you. Men shouldn't play sports against women. I'm done. There's a lot of we can argue over. That ain't one of them.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. President, how are you?
Well, I'm all right. Having a great time, and they're giving me too much to eat and too much to do.
Well, listen, I want to congratulate you and on this great anniversary.
Well, you're very kind indeed.
Well, I must say that
I've always hoped that after I was 70, they'd forget about these birthdays, but they don't seem to do it.
I don't understand how you can look so well after having spent 7 years here.
Well, I'll tell you how I did that. I did just what you were doing.
Yeah.
Try to make the right decision and forget about it, and that's what you have to do, and then sleep over it at night and forget about it.
Well, listen, I'm delighted. I had lunch with the Vice President and some of your friends who were governors, Governor Lawrence and the rest, and they all wanted me to join in congratulating you. We're all great rooters of yours, Mr. President.
Just as kind as you can be, and I more than appreciate it.
Well, you
If my words did glow with the gold of sunshine, and my tunes were played on the harp unstrung, would you hear my voice come through the music? Would you hold it near as it were your own? It's a hand-me-down. The thoughts are broken. Perhaps they're better left unsung. I don't know. Don't really care. Let there be songs to fill the air. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed, nor wind to blow. Reach out your hand. If your cup be empty, if your cup is full, May it be again, let it be known. There is a fountain that was not made by the hands of men. There is a road, no simple highway between the dawn and the dark of night. And if you go, no one may follow. That path is for your steps alone. Ripple in still water, when there is no pebble tossed, no wind to blow, you choose to lead, must follow. But if you fall alone. If you should stand, then who's to guide you? If I knew the way, I would take you home. La da da da, la da da da.
Watching Trump and the Americans, it has made me even more determined than ever to restore our unique country through a great repeal act when Labour falls at the next election. I don't particularly care if we're liked by the rest of the world. I care if we're respected, because right now, Britain is a joke, and it has been for some time. I want the British government to put the British people at the top of the agenda. Yeah! We should make no apologies for that. Learn from Trump. Let's be unapologetically patriotic. Slash tax across the board. Enforce the border. Deport those with no right to be here. Accept biological reality. Fight back against wokery. Bulldoze nonsensical foreign aid. Eradicate DEI. Deliver sensible infrastructure. Carpet bomb public sector waste. Brutally crack down on crime. And plenty more. Let's make Great Britain great again. Thank you. Thank you.
You're not here to be happy. You're here to live life. You're here to experience suffering. You're here to experience tribulation. You're here to experience heartbreak, pain, joy, pleasure. Every single avenue, every single emotion. Why would you limit yourself from experiencing that? Why? Because you're scared? You're afraid? You don't know how it's going to work out? It doesn't feel good? Perfectly fine. But I've come to understand, I've come to realize that the beauty of life isn't in pursuing happiness. It's in pursuing experiences. And it's understanding that it's multidisciplinary, it's multilateral, it's not just one emotion. So I'm not in the business of pursuing happiness. I'm in the business of pursuing life.
I could come out here like all these other influencers and flex my shit and tell everyone how much I'm better than them. But after actually acquiring this lifestyle and seeing the way the world's going, I feel like I should be the one influencer who actually comes out here and is being honest. Because I'm here to tell you, as cool as the cars are, as cool as making a bunch of money is, this shit doesn't even matter. It's shallow, it's soulless, it's not purposeful, and the only thing that actually matters is God and your relationship with God. Because without God's wisdom and favor over my life, I can humbly say, I'm nothing.
You know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI's been...
Okay.
So,
any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Speak the rhythm.
Have you ever wondered why we go to war? Or why you never seem to be able to get out of debt? Why there is poverty, division, and crime? What if I told you there was a reason for it all? What if I told you it was done on purpose? What if I told you that those who were corrupting the world, poisoning our food, and igniting conflict were themselves about to be permanently eradicated from the earth? You might think that an idealistic fantasy. Well, let me tell you a story. We acknowledge there are criminals, of course. They rob your house, they steal your phone. They can murder you too if they think they can get away with it. We have all experienced criminals in one way or another. Criminals, as we know, are those who choose personal gain over the rights of others and have no regard for the law. But here is where you need to expand your thinking. Criminals can also succeed in business and politics and can be elected as our leaders. If a criminal became the president, imagine what they could achieve. They could use the full weight of their executive power to commit much larger crimes and ensure they and their friends were enriched to the fullest extent possible. A criminal president could create alliances with other criminal presidents and then collaborate on more global criminal activities. Anything goes. Drug running, human trafficking, whatever makes the big bucks. The 20th century was turbulent with war, economic disaster, famines, and displacement. We have always accepted these things as just human nature, and simply the way the world works. Something inevitable, and due to the weaknesses of human nature that drive us to these actions. This is where we were all tragically wrong. You are not a criminal. I'm not a criminal. So how can we just assume that it is human nature that is driving all this pain and misery? What if it wasn't human nature at all, and as a result of something more deliberate? We were taught that capitalism was the cause of a massive rich-poor divide and the reason for poverty, which in turn is the reason for war, crime, and starvation. Others were taught that communism, the system of equal wealth across all people, was really to blame for the mess. But you see, folks, it is none of these things. It is not our nature to fight and be racist. It is not in our nature to rob from others. What you must learn is that it was the criminals all along. Yes, they got power. More power than a criminal should ever have. They rose to the top of media companies that control our news and entertainment. They ascended to the top of the banking system, also to the Oval Office, to Brussels, to the Vatican, to the Crown. They crept in quietly. They became leaders of agricultural companies who have control over our food supply. Also big pharmaceutical companies, the ones we trust to help us when we're sick. Nobody stopped them, and they just recruited more criminals to help them. First, they accumulated the world's wealth. They invented a system of money called central banking, which lends money to governments with interest, placing countries into eternal debt. People's wealth got less. Their wealth got more. Much more. When a criminal is already as rich as they can get, then protecting their ill-gotten gains becomes the priority. Angry citizens tired of being poor are a major obstacle and can revolt if they suffer enough. The criminals needed to prevent this. So they diverted attention to the last remaining competitor, the people of the world. You and me. We were not happy being ruled by criminals and having to work 3 jobs just to survive. They know we won't accept it. So they use their control of the media to set black against white, woman against man, young against old, Muslim against Christian. They convinced us we were the problem so that we would fight and destroy ourselves. To get it done faster, they attacked all aspects of humanity that make us strong. Like family. Using their influence over culture, they popularized lifestyle choices that led to a surge in broken homes, lost youth, and substance abuse. I could talk all day about how else they deliberately weakened us, and it would turn your stomach. We were just trying to get on with living. So where are all the good guys? Good people just want to get married, have kids, make a living, and enjoy their liberty. Well, there were good guys. Many. One became the President of the United States in January 1961. He knew about these criminals and wanted them gone. He knew their intentions for us all, and he wanted to fight them. Sadly, he had no idea how powerful they had become. Reagan also had good intentions for the American people. He knew this criminal mafia controlled almost everything by this stage, including the powerful rogue intelligence agencies. His economic policies were promising, but the criminals needed a weak America to hold on to their power. Reagan was shown with a bullet that a growing U.S. economy and prosperous citizens were not what the criminals wanted. It was looking pretty grim for good people. Every time someone wanted to stand up and do the right thing, they got stopped. Were we ever to be freed? These criminals are also known as the Deep State, or Cabal, because of how they control things behind the scenes. Every president after Reagan was one of these Deep State criminals, and their empire got even stronger. With each bad president came new depths America and the world would sink. The world collapsed into darkness. Do you need me to tell you how? Destroyed factories, declining job numbers, sicker people, opioids, destruction of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen with pointless war, displacement of people into Europe, ISIS, terrorism, collapsed governments, poverty, and genocide. Total misery. Do you think that was inevitable? Hell no. Well, here is where things start to take a new turn. When the full picture comes to be known, it will forever be regarded as the greatest story ever told. Well, here is the top line. Some good people still held positions of power. They valued humanity and the rule of law. While the criminals discussed their game plan at the annual Bilderberg meetings, the good guys were making plans of their own. The information age was coming to change history forever. As the internet flooded into every home and appliances became smarter, and when people started carrying tracking devices, an opportunity to put an end to criminal control over the world was emerging. We became connected, trackable, and surveilled. But so did they. They became dependent, just like we did, on email, SMS, instant communication. It made crime much easier, but it also put them on a grid that, if accessed by the right people, would expose their crimes to the public and end their iron grip on us once and for all. In this new age of information, it was thought that the military should also have its own intelligence agency to focus on cybercrime and espionage. They called this the NSA, the National Security Agency. Here we had every phone call, email, and text from every device stored and archived. Whether it be someone making a doctor's appointment or the deep state setting up a massive heroin purchase from the Taliban. In the right hands, it would be enough information to expose the entire sinister criminal plot to rub us blind and wipe us out. Hold that thought. Now I need to explain the plan. The good guys were devising a plan to reclaim the world from the cabal and return it to the people. It would involve alliances with multiple countries, since the criminals had global rat lines, trade, and other infrastructure in place that would need their cooperation. It came down to two choices for America. Launch a military coup to seize the government from whichever cabal puppet was in the White House at the time. Or win legitimately, take control of the NSA, expose the criminals for what they are, and arrest them all. Obviously, the first option would be very troubling for the public. With people still preoccupied with cabal-engineered social issues, they would likely revolt and hurt themselves and others. No, it would have to be the latter. So they needed a candidate who could win, and who could win big. Many states like California had been so heavily inundated by criminals that even the voting machines were electronically set up to swing votes any which way. It would need to be a very decisive victory. Good patriots in the U.S. military and their global partners asked Trump to run for president so they could take back control of America legitimately without alarming the public. Trump was a good choice, obviously, because he overcame the voter fraud and won. But he was a patriot, and he was loved and admired by the public.
lady, you got the love I need. Maybe more than enough. Oh, darling, 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 walk a while with me. Oh, you got so much, so much, so much.
Good evening, Patriots. Yeah, Mark. Good stuff, wasn't it? I totally fell asleep and I mean, I got through to the end of the show and flipped the music back on as it went, but I fell asleep after that and the end screen just streamed for like 4 hours. It's good to see you guys. I was on earlier today. Some of you probably saw, and if you missed that, that's okay. We're going to recap some of those bigger stories at some point tonight while we're looking at things. Rumble was down for a while earlier, so I don't know if that's back up yet. I'll have to see, and then we'll look at what's on the night. So, if you missed the show earlier, you might have missed the part about, James O'Keefe releasing part 2 of his release, or his whatever you call it, and people are not responding so well. These were from BioClandestine. This is the big reveal that all the Bondi haters have been hyping. It's an absolute nothing burger. and it really, I mean, it is. It's kind of, half of it seemed to be about the wording, and the other half, I don't know. The show was just like, I don't know. And of course, they asked the good question: why would he be afraid of Pam Bondi? I'll play the video. It's only a couple minutes if you missed it.
Yesterday, Attorney General of the United States Pam Bondi was at the White House and disclosed what she represented as brand new information in relation to Jeffrey Epstein: the existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI's been.
Okay.
So.
Any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant. The Attorney General used almost the exact same language as she did with the stranger in the restaurant, language that we shared with her press office.
There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, we hesitated to publish this story, but believe, like we did yesterday, that the public has a right to know. And this one raises serious questions. On one hand, why did our country's highest law enforcement official share this information first not with the American people, but with a self-described nanny at brunch? But more importantly, why was this information held back in the first place? Does this show that a government apparatus is still working behind the scenes to protect powerful people involved in the scandal? Based upon the response to our Epstein story yesterday, it's clear that the American people want answers, and they want accountability.
I feel like I'm watching a little kid in a suit right there playing reporter. You know what I'm saying? Somebody with way too much time and money on their hands. I don't know. Yeah, number one, I don't get why he thought he had to play the whole "I'm not suicidal" card against Pam Bondi. And number two, you know, he's making a big deal out of something everybody already knew. He's just complaining that she told this other woman 9 days before she said it to the country. I mean, like, maybe it's just because that woman asked and no one else bothered to ask her because everyone already knew that the whole Epstein story was about. I mean, he's like breaking a story that's already been broke. I don't know. There's no story. I don't know what I mean, well, I assume that's a piece of it. They're calling it part 2, Jamie. So that's another thing I don't understand. What's with this releasing it in pieces? Like, I'm going to release 3 minutes of it today, 3 minutes of it tomorrow. Like, if there's a story, tell the story. Like, go full 2020. Barbara Walters or something. I mean, actually, And Alex Jones didn't even say a word today, from what I read, that he was completely quiet about all this today. Like they're facing backlash, and people are standing by Bondi. You know, so far she's actually done pretty damn well, and I just think he's being dramatic. I don't know, Jamie. It's a good question. I did say that there were some people looking at this Epstein stuff in a way they'd never looked at it before, I guess. I don't know what James O'Keefe's normal audience is, but right, there is something about it that doesn't seem to make sense, Jamie, and that's the same with the witnesses we're going to talk about today, the witnesses dying and going missing and stuff. Some of the stuff, it just, I don't know. Everybody's pretty disappointed about that, and somebody also shared this about how Pam Bondi was the one that wrote the letter to director Kash Patel demanding all records and documents, audio and video recordings. How she told the American people over 2 months ago that the FBI were going over video files. So, it's not a new revelation at all. I mean, he's made a story out of nothing, and it I don't know. Maybe there's another side to him that we're about to find out about. I don't know. Maybe he's just suddenly turning liberal. I don't know. Maybe he's been a lefty all this time and we're just now seeing it. I don't know. So you saw that video in the intro. Dan Scavino shared that video twice today, and they were doing the gematria on it. Inner Sandman, Day of Power, Big Data delivered. XRP rises, 128. Nasara, Jasara, 711, 411. July 4th. That's weird. July 4th. I seen another gematria thing that had that today. Mother's Day, Final Curtain, Divine Show. I did see this also. Somebody did the, gematria on the Pope, and 263, Robert Francis Prevost, 263. I'm not who you think I am, 263. If you know, 263. Donald Trump / John Kennedy, 263. The plan to save the world, 263. It is pretty cool. Stephen Miller says White House is considering suspending habeas corpus for illegal aliens, and I know we've kind of seen that at this point, but this is sort of what he has to say about it.
Hold on, there's a question back there first.
I have two quick questions. First, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending habeas corpus to take care of the illegal immigration problem. When could we see that happen, do you think?
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they have no jurisdiction. So it's not just, the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch, the courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well, too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes, yes.
And it's a big war, really. It's a war that is going to affect how the entire country, what direction the entire country takes, basically. The war against the judges, getting rid of the Obama judges, and maybe some mayors while we're at it. Democrat Newark Mayor Raz Baraka was arrested for trying to break into illegal alien detention ICE facility today, receiving a misdemeanor trespassing charge. This was a wild, wild scene.
Get off of her! You cannot push it! You cannot Congress! You can't push members of Congress! Get off of her!
You are fascists! This is
I mean, they're kind of just nutty.
All right, we are going to continue on with some breaking news that we are following. Let's take you out right now to New Jersey, right outside of a ICE detention center. And this is where a protest with Democrats turned a little bit upside down. And for more on this, I do want to bring in our my colleague Andrew Kraft to break it all down for us, who has been following this story. It even involves an arrest of a New Jersey mayor. Andrew.
Yeah, Mike, there's a lot happening in Newark today, aside from the problems at the airport with yet another radar outage there. We're getting a statement in from the Department of Homeland Security, and they say this, that today, as a bus of detainees was entering the security gate of Delaney Hall Detention Center, you see there, Delaney Hall, that's a live picture, DHS says a group of protesters, including 2 members of U.S. Congress, stormed the gate and broke into the detention facility. The members, Robert Menendez Jr. and Bonnie Watson Coleman, and multiple protesters are holed up in a guard shack, the first security checkpoint. These members of Congress storming into a detention facility goes beyond bizarre political stunt and puts the safety of our law enforcement agents and the detainees at risk. DHS says members of Congress are not above the law and cannot illegally break into detention.
Oh, I think that's an insurrection, isn't it? Did I just hear 2 members of Congress were involved in an insurrection? Oh, and a New Jersey mayor. Well, at least she went out with style. They're going to arrest these public figures anyway. She's like, hell, I'm going to go out going crazy. I don't know. Wow. In other news, Steak and Shakes accepting Bitcoin payments at all locations starting May 16th, making the cryptocurrency available to more than 100 million customers. And BlackRock and the Securities and Exchange Commission got together today to discuss staking options, tokenization, and ETF approval standards. The press secretary announced the First Lady secured $25 million in investments for HUD's support of foster youth, a program that helps provide young adults aging out of the foster care system the housing and services they need to be self-sufficient and successful. That's pretty cool of her. Look at that story.
It was announced this morning that First Lady Melania Trump secured a $25 million investment in President Trump's budget to provide housing and support for youth transitioning out of foster care. And in recognition of the 7th anniversary of Mrs. Trump's Be Best initiative, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development allocated funds toward the agency Foster Youth to Independence program. Yesterday, Mrs. Trump hosted a special celebration of military mothers with the president, bringing together 150 military moms from around the country to recognize their service, not just in their home, but for our country.
Sounds like a pretty cool cause, honestly. So, congratulations to Miss Trump for doing that. These are some interesting posts. I was a little bit, trying to figure out. The one on the left is not so much. It's just a theory that maybe when they said map in these Q posts, they meant minor attracted persons. You're missing the connections. Continue to build the map. Map provides the key. Key spreads the truth. Truth shines light. Light saves humanity. Future proves past. This one, though, I wasn't so sure about. For those wondering, Judge Janine gets her own 120 days as interim U.S. attorney for D.C. Trump can just keep appointing a new interim every 120 days, each one hated more by the uniparty than the last. The clock resets, checkmate. I mean, I guess I just don't quite understand. But yeah, in case you guys didn't hear that today, for those who didn't catch the show earlier, he did appoint Judge Janine Shapiro as interim U.S. attorney for the D.C. district. So that's pretty cool. Somebody was pointing out this post too. Somewhere in the world right now at this very moment, a small special operations forces team is operating quietly thousands of miles from home. They're surrounded by danger, uncertainty, and the burden of mission success no one else could shoulder. They're shaping the environment, strengthening partners, gathering the truth, disrupting and deterring threats before they grow into wars. They are doing what Special Operations Forces has always done, providing the asymmetric advantage America needs in a volatile world. Somewhere in the world right now. I don't know why that's underlined. Somewhere in the world right now. Thousands of miles from home. Interesting. And this one I just wanted to point out again. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? Something we all pretty much know, but not quite like this. This was wild. I just couldn't help. I wonder if this is a real picture. I've seen this pop. That's Pamela Anderson. That one just, I don't know. Had to throw that in there. Moving forward. Post from Trump and a post from Clay Higgins. Trump said, I've spoken with my wonderful Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, and we agree that the Biden-Harris so-called Digital Equity Act is totally unconstitutional. No more woke handouts based on race. The Digital Equity Program is a racist and illegal $2.5 billion giveaway. I'm ending this immediately and saving taxpayers billions of dollars. That's pretty cool. And then Clay Higgins had a pretty good post today. Religious exemption has always been a trap. An American citizen should not be required under any circumstances to cite religion as a reason to refrain from receiving a medical procedure. So, yeah, he's basically saying, you know, we're Americans. We shouldn't even have to give you a reason not to get your shot. The nasty liberal woman who spit on Associate Deputy Attorney General Ed Martin has been identified and arrested, is now facing 8 years in prison for knowingly assaulting a federal official. This is the video.
And so we need to get really focused. How you doing? Oh, whoa.
You are a disgusting man.
I bet she wishes she didn't walk her dog that day. She should have kept her spit to herself. She could face prison time for that. So stupid, right? Operation Restore Justice has been going on. 115 children rescued in that. The FBI has concluded a national surge of resources to arrest accused children or child sex abuse offenders and combat child exploitation. This has been going on in every state, and they've had results in every state. They're alleged to have committed various crimes, including the production, distribution, and possession of child sexual abuse material, online enticement, and transportation of minors, and child sex trafficking. In Minneapolis, for example, a state trooper and Army reservist was arrested for allegedly producing child sexual abuse material while wearing their uniforms. In Norfolk, Virginia, an illegal alien from Mexico is accused of transporting a minor across state lines for sex. In D.C., a former Metropolitan Police Department officer arrested for allegedly trafficking minor victims. Wow. Yeah. So they're rounding up people of all kinds in this whole ordeal. So you can see they are pretty much everywhere, keeping busy. They made this video. There's there's no audio. It's just showing them gearing up and going around doing their thing, kind of like the ad we just watched that they made. This one here surprised me, and I don't know how I missed this story way back. Right before the November 4th, the election, there was a last big push from Kamala Harris and Mike Walls. They ran ads on Pornhub in 7 different states. The ad was a person resembling Donald Trump in a very explicit, disgusting situation. In addition to that, $100,000 ad campaign titled Hands Off My Porn, organized by a coalition of adult film actors and supported by groups like the Progress Action Fund and Defend the Vote Super PAC, aimed to encourage voters to support Kamala Harris. We'll look at this real quick.
Right before November 4th, last big push from the Harris-Walz campaign, they ran ads on Pornhub in 7 different states. Why? 120 million viewers a day. It was a character that somewhat resembled Trump, walking in. It was so gross. There was this guy masturbating underneath a blanket, looking at his phone, and someone that looks like Trump comes in and takes the phone away and says, if you don't want to lose your right to watch porn, you better vote in the same way that you want to consume that.
Are you shitting me?
No. 7 states ran those ads.
What states?
I would assume very left states.
They really trap you.
Oh, yeah.
Had you known anybody that had made it out?
I know one girl. I don't know one guy.
These are seriously depraved human beings. So, there was a post also from Dr. Sherry Tenpenny that I thought was really important to share.
Everyone, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny from Cleveland, Ohio. I'm not in Cleveland, Ohio today, but this just came across my desk and I had to get it out as fast as possible because you may not have seen it. I want to read you the headline. The European Court of Justice considers that doctors will be solely responsible for the consequences of COVID injections because they were free to refuse to inject. According to a ruling of the European Court of Justice, all healthcare professionals who urged or vaccinated you against COVID are civilly and criminally liable. I've said since the beginning of COVID, all it would take would be 1 or 2 high-profile, well-placed malpractice insurance charging these doctors with murder when all the information started to come out about myocarditis, seizure disorders, the long list of neurological conditions, and the more than 1,200 conditions that Pfizer knew about before they released the COVID jabs.
So this is actually pretty amazing news, and if they would do that in America too, I mean, people always said they would hold these doctors responsible for what happened. Did they have the opportunity to refuse to do it? If so, I mean, they have an oath basically to not cause harm for profit and yada yada. It's a big deal.
Now it's coming full circle, and it's about time, because there are still physicians who are insisting that your children get the COVID jabs, that pregnant women get the COVID jabs, and the elderly get the COVID jabs. A bioweapon with a known death rate to protect, ostensibly protect, against a infection that had at its height a death rate of 0.2%. It is time for this to stop. I hope that what is happening in Europe will transfer to America, and we will start to see a Nuremberg 2.0 happen soon.
I'm a big fan of Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. She always got good stuff to say. And really, I mean, the timing couldn't come any better. You've had 2 people faint on air in the past week.
Ideology, or it's not about.
Oh my goodness! We're just going to get some help here for Cameron. Let me come back to Lydia while we get some help for Cameron here. Lydia, the President, we're going to go to a break right here. We'll be right back.
That one we hadn't seen. I think this one we might have saw.
For those who do. So, Governor, forgive me. I've got to sit down because I am not feeling well.
Hey, we got you. Would you bring it up? We got you. Sugar?
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, I feel bad about it, but, they made us feel so shitty for not getting it. I mean, they ran us in the ground and told us we were costing people lives for being the unvaxxed, and here it is catching up to them, as far as I can tell. I mean, they fainted. I guess you can't say necessarily, but. And then I want to talk again about this radar blackout in Newark. It seems, there's something odd about this.
So why hasn't this outdated technology been fixed along the way? Why is it coming to fruition now? Let's bring in retired air traffic control and FAA liaison into the military, Colin Scoggins. Colin, how did we get here? And why wasn't things changed before we got here?
They've been changing them piecemeal for about the last 20 years under something called Next Gen. But they did try back in 1988 with the Advanced Automation System, which at one time was the largest non-defense contract ever issued in the government. And that one failed. It was given to IBM and Laurel Corporation, and they spent about 6-7 years trying to revamp the entire system. And at the very end, they had cost overruns. It ended up being $5.9 billion. And if they kept working on it, would have gone up to about $7 billion. So ever since then with NextGen, it was little parts. And they took little parts of that advanced automation system. But I retired in 2016, and it is, now that stuff is old. When I first came in, we had really old stuff. But it's time for stuff to be replaced.
I mean, the thing is, it really shouldn't be, they should be scheduled and should be able to go from administration to administration. It shouldn't even matter who wins the election.
I mean, it sounds like they're blaming it on equipment failures or old equipment. I guess I don't understand why there aren't backup systems or something. I don't know. I guess I don't know entirely how, their systems work, but when it starts happening as often as they say it's happened like 3 times in the past week or so, or a few weeks. It seems a bit problematic.
So far, if you look at the problems that we have right now in Newark, the FAA still relies on decades-old technology. The radar system is Cold War era. The vulnerable radio communications, as you just heard, floppy disks and copper wires. 92% of the budget, by the way, overall, is spent trying to maintain this antiquated equipment. So in the meantime, they're talking about getting Starlink to function as a backup system if they're going to overhaul it. How long would it take to overhaul it from sea to shining sea, not just in New Jersey?
Years. It would take years. It's just something. It has to be. First of all, it has to be fully funded. And you're exactly correct. It doesn't matter who's in office. It should be something that's just continued throughout all the years from president to president, and it should always be trying to upgrade the system.
Here is Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, on what it's going to take.
The whole system, it's going to take 3 or 4 years. But again, we're using copper wires. We have to go to fiber. We have to redo all of our brand new radar systems. We need new radios. We need new sensors on tarmacs.
It sounds like a big problem. Yeah, it's bad enough with planes crashing as they are anyway. So, what are you guys talking about in the chat? Next, before we talk about the missing Diddy witness, I wanted to show this video that was getting thrown around today. It has to do with John Cena. I honestly don't know what it is, so we'll check it out. If we have to flip it, we'll flip it.
FAA reported the last contact with the plane was made at 9:39 last night.
About 17 miles west of
You Can't See
Martha's Vineyard.
My name is John Cena. I'm a kid who grew up in a small town in West Newbury. Ruthless aggression. The champ is Osama bin 2025 will be my retirement from the WWE. For the first time, I confidently say that I'm going to win a 17th championship. I will win 17 not for me. I will win 17 to someday shake the hand of the person who wins 18. Thank you very much.
There's your main event for WrestleMania. John Cena. 66.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Brian Williams.
NBC News has confirmed that an incredible journey in extraordinary life has apparently come to an end. We are reporting the death of Pope John Paul II at the Vatican.
When WrestleMania goes Hollywood, AWA champion JBL in a battle with John Cena.
JBL versus John Cena. WWE Championship on the line.
New Pope of the Roman Catholic Church has been elected by the 115 cardinals.
The Vatican's chief investigator into allegations of abuse by priests.
He wrote to every bishop in the world, telling them in the letter that every case of a priest who abused a child was to be referred to his department of God.
The last time I main evented a WrestleMania was 2013. That's a long time ago.
This is an ABC News special report.
On the air right now because Pope Benedict XVI is resigning on February 28th. That was announced by the Vatican just moments ago. He will resign on February 28th.
The 266th Pope is chosen. And what a surprising choice it really was. Jorge Mario Bergoglio is his name. He's the former Archbishop of Buenos Aires. He's the first pontiff from the Americas, first Jesuit Pope, and first non-European in almost 1,300 years.
WrestleMania was such a tremendous event. It garnered headlines worldwide. Everyone talking about the main event. John Cena versus The Rock for the WWE Championship.
My family are proud members of the military. I am damn proud of them. I am damn proud of SEAL Team 6, and I am damn proud to be an American.
When you think about it, second only to me, Donald might very well be a great president of the United States.
The message sent loud and clear by John Cena. History at the Royal Rumble.
That is what the WWE title means. The same title as San Martino NHL. That's how you fight over the most prestigious title in sports entertainment.
Vatican for his meeting with the Pope. The pontiff greeted Mr. Trump outside his study. They shook hands, and Trump could be heard saying it was an honor to be there. They posed for photographs. They sat at the papal desk for about 30 minutes. After their talk, they exchanged gifts.
This explains it, folks. All of your shock, all of your disappointment.
The thing with the fingers was weird, okay? I don't know if I ever showed that, what Donald Trump did to the Pope there when he first met him.
They posed for photographs. They sat at the papal desk for about 30 minutes. After their talk, they exchanged gifts.
So fucking weird.
This explains it, folks. All of your shock, all of your disappointment, all of your anger. It's in there. It's in the squared circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the entertainment capital of the desert. This is Las Vegas, Nevada, the focal point of the sports entertainment world this week.
It's like, wrestling is this great reflection of culture.
Yeah, it's a mirror of what is happening. Sometimes we're in front of it, sometimes we're just following it.
Yeah.
But there's a mirror of sort of what is happening.
And the blood emoji he uses is a reference to the tribal chief Roman Reigns and his bloodline, the faction in wrestling that is his family. He spent the better part of last year in a feud over the Ulafala and reclaiming that.
Controversial comments. Cena addressing the sex trafficking and abuse allegations against Vince McMahon, saying that he's not downplaying anything, but he loves Vince.
I, on the other hand, understand this in my bones. I could not let John Cena tie Ric Flair.
First time for WrestleMania that everybody around the world was watching at the same time. Being like, wow, like the world is watching right now.
At WrestleMania, I make history by winning a 17th championship. And I finally force you to forget the name of the Fun Machine Jet Line, Ric Flair. You will forever say the name John Cena. Revenge is best served cold.
NBC News has just confirmed that Pope Francis has died. Head of the Catholic Church, leader to more than 1 billion believers, has now died at the age of 88.
The Pope wasn't happy. You should find the picture of him visiting the Pope. It took 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican Bank.
I'm not very happy about it.
The greatest of all time. The never-seen 17. The last real champion, John Cena.
NBC News Special Report.
James Longman live down on the square. James, the reaction is unmistakable. The faithful who have gathered here now wait for word on who this new pope will be.
Habemus Papam. An election like no other results in a pope like no other. We're following the historic election of the church's first ever American pope, Pope Leo XIV, as Catholics and spectators around the world celebrate the beginning of a new era.
All right. Interesting video, huh? I know Trump's got a connection kind of to the wrestling world, so maybe there's something just tied in with the timing there. Now I want to talk about the missing witness in the Diddy trial, witness number 3. She said she was going dark, and then she's gone dark. So what I don't understand is a trial like this is so big. One where you know that he had entire police departments in his pocket on both coasts. Why they wouldn't be protecting these witnesses? I mean, if they really care about this case, this is supposed to be a very dangerous dude. So let's look at this.
The clock is ticking in the P. Diddy case. Witnesses for the government will soon take the stand, and it's going to be some compelling stuff. But now there's word that one victim is ghosting. Will she just be a no-show? This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. You guys, witness testimony is simply where it's at. Like, evidence is great. We love to see it. Experts, they can help too. But to be honest, sometimes they can be a little bit technical, a little bit boring, useful, but sometimes a snooze fest. However, when we're talking regular witnesses, I'm talking about the victims in this case specifically, they're the ones who are really going to push the case forward. And they're the ones who are going to tell the story. I mean, who was there? What was it like? How did you feel? What happened? All of the things together. And in this case, the P. Diddy case, the federal prosecutors are really relying on this and multiple victims, in fact, to testify against P. Diddy. But this week during jury selection, there was word that one of the witnesses had been MIA. She wasn't replying. Now, this is according to NBC News. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey spoke out in court and said, "Hey, I'm kind of having trouble getting in touch with victim 3. That's only what we, the public, know her as. We haven't heard from her. We've reached out to her attorney. We're unclear if she'll show." Then there was discussion of potentially subpoenaing victim 3, compelling her to go to court in that way. And still, Maureen Comey was like, even if we subpoena her, I don't know if this girl's going to show up. So TBD about all of that. Like, will we actually hear from victim 3? I don't know, but what I do know is that witness testimony is so crucial to the prosecution's case against P. Diddy. So if federal prosecutors are like, we want victim 3, we want the jury to hear from victim 3, they want victim 3. Like, she's going to say something that's really important. So they want victim 3. And by the way, let's just talk about the case that they're bringing against Sean P. Diddy Combs. The charges he faces are racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. So he was indicted federally back in September of last year. There have been a couple of superseding indictments since all of this. So right now he faces 5 total charges, but those are what the charges are. And if we're looking back at the timeline of Diddy, which, by the way, at this point, you watching the video, I can assume that you're pretty familiar with it, but I just got to go through it anyway. This could be somebody's first time hearing about Diddy. So first, we've got the civil allegations led by Cassandra Ventura. We'll get to her in a minute. There are several others, and I say several, whereas there are literally dozens of civil lawsuits against P. Diddy claiming a pattern of alleged abuse. So that happens. Then in March of 2024, federal raids of 2 of his homes. Things kind of go quiet. Then there's that federal indictment in September of 2024. He's booked and he's being housed in MDC Brooklyn ever since. Yada, yada, yada. Now, P. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges. He's denied when it was civil. He now denies them that they're criminal, and he's pleaded not guilty. However, prosecutors allege Diddy was the ringleader in all of this. And the term that I'm going to use a lot throughout the next couple of weeks, and we'll probably hear about a lot in court, is freak-offs. Freak-offs were described in multiple different civil lawsuits and then eventually in the indictment. And here are the allegations. Again, I say allegations because P. Diddy is innocent until proven guilty. He has not been convicted of a crime and again has pleaded not guilty. But according to the feds, freak-offs were these situations in which Diddy or his associates, alleged members of the Combs enterprise, would allegedly drug victims, then allegedly force these people to have sex with prostitutes. Sometimes Diddy would watch allegedly, sometimes he would masturbate allegedly, and then sometimes allegedly they would be recorded. And I know I'm saying allegedly a lot, but seriously, I've got to be so careful when we're talking about these things because there has been no conviction here. Now, freak-offs are kind of the central theme in all of this, that Diddy was allegedly behind years worth of these freak-offs, and these recordings were allegedly collected during the federal raids. So we can expect to see, maybe not the actual recordings, potentially screenshots. Maybe the jurors will see the recordings. All we know is that we believe the prosecutors have a lot up their sleeves when it comes to electronic files that they gathered during the federal raids of Diddy's homes. Now, the prosecution has all of that, the evidence. So we're talking the electronic files, some of the other things they collected during the raids, like those 3 AR-15s with the serial numbers that had been scratched off, some ammunition, and of course, the famous or infamous 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube. So we've got that evidence. However, we also know that there's going to be witness testimony, which is really what this episode is about, right? We've got Cassie, who will be victim 1. She's going to lay out all of the allegations, and she did so originally with her civil suit back in November of 2023, but she's expected to go through the same things, alleging verbal, sexual, and emotional abuse, all at the hands of P. Diddy. So we'll likely hear from Cassie, and then victim 2, victim 3, victim 4. And I paused because will we hear from victim 3? That's the question. Will we? I mean, what is going to happen if victim 3 is a no-show? I need help on this one, and I know the perfect expert. Let's go to the interview. All right, today's guest, you guys, I've been trying to get him on Scandal for kind of a while. Here's his big debut. This is Anthony Osso, defense attorney, former prosecutor. Anthony, thank you for coming on Scandal with us today.
Thanks for having me, Sierra.
Okay, so talking P. Diddy, obviously a scandal. That's why we got to talk about it today. And I wanted to talk to you specifically as a former prosecutor, talking about witness testimony, because we're going to have a lot of victims or survivors testifying in this. How important is that to their case?
Well, it's crucial. When you've got what we would call in a case like this a delayed outcry, meaning that the reports to the police didn't come instantly after the offense took place, the validity of the evidence really comes down to their credibility. And so the witness testimony is really important. And that's sort of the core of how the government's going to make their case.
And I do have to wonder, because the allegations in this case are pretty severe. We're talking like physical abuse, alleged sexual abuse, pretty traumatic stuff for anyone to even like talk about to their therapist, let alone talk about in a public courtroom in front of the person who's their alleged abuser. So how does the prosecution prep for this with the witnesses?
It's a difficult process, Sierra. And you know, like you said, you're talking about very traumatic experiences for these victims. So when a prosecutor's having these meetings, they're not going to want to have someone hash out this trauma time and time again. They're going to probably have a few core meetings with these witnesses, and then it's right into the courtroom. And again, public courtroom, it's quiet, 12 strangers. So it's definitely, it's going to be tough. It's a tough request on these people.
Also in the Diddy case, we've heard a lot about these electronic files of the freak-offs. So we can assume that we're going to see at least screenshots likely of these videos, potentially even video excerpts of these freak-offs. And potentially they could be shown while these witnesses are on the stand, a video of them in a very compromised position, vulnerable, maybe naked, maybe who knows what they're doing. I mean, is that going to be tough for them too, to have to sit through and watch it, basically relive it?
Assuming that that's how the government intends to present their case, then yes. I don't know necessarily that that's how the prosecutors will present. They probably could call a case agent that could say that here's how we came across these videos, found these videos, and then present them with a case agent on the stand. I don't think the method of presentation would be with the witness on the stand. I think it'd be, while it would draw emotions out of the victim, it's more likely you'll see it from a case agent.
I think that's a better idea too, based on just them having to relive it. They're already going to have to talk about it. This is why I'm talking to you as a prosecutor, which I...
Okay, so never seen that show before, but there's the whole ordeal there. You know, it's bad enough what the witnesses have to go through, but to fear for their lives while they're waiting to try and do this justice that we need to see. I don't know. It's a pretty bad deal. So that is the news. As far as what I can see here, I still can't get Rumble to come up. So we are going to look at a couple of things I had the other night we didn't get a look at. One being a about 20-minute recording from Negative 48, and then a little bit of William Cooper. So that's where I'm at right now. If Rumble comes back up and anything else comes back up, we'll definitely check it out. But when it was up earlier, I didn't see anything new. So it's kind of where we're at. Let's go ahead and play this video. Well, it's not a video. This one's a recording.
The treatment 149. The anointed one 149. It's his birthday. 149th day of the year. Everything about this language is perfect. If you're not a dumbass. Like at the last rally, fruit 74, Jesus 74. Oh my God, you're eating Jesus. Lucifer 74, okay? I mean, hello, people. That has nothing to do with nothing. That's what some of the dumbasses on the other side were saying to Justin Carpenter. A little bit of knowledge in somebody that has vengeance. Not be still. Be still, my child. That is not a still child. That is a vengeful individual. People sacrifice decades to listen to that shit from people that don't know what they have when it's been given to them. I'm just a guy who knew about the money system. And when I found out who all was responsible for killing my president, because I was alive. Our best president ever. The best one we'll ever have. When I kept my eye on him and these criminals and how to expose them, I came across Q because I was working with a guy that knew what 4chan was. He read the first drops on the first day and called me up and read them to me on the phone. And once I saw Q drop 40 posted somewhere, because I wasn't on 4chan still. I went on there, I didn't like it. Didn't know how to use it. I never had an app before a year ago. My very first app ever in my life was Telegram. Do you understand? I'm just a guy. A demolition guy. A garbage man guy. A pipe layer guy. Sewer pipe, water pipe. Garbage. Demolition. Laborer. But for some reason, my whole life is just beyond stupid coded. Some people think they know. You don't know till you hear it all. And no one's heard it all. It's just overly stupid. Everything applies. Everything applies. You'll find out 174, Michael Press 174, Trust the Plan 174. Where are we going? We go all 218, Michael Bryant Press 218. That's nothing. There's tons of people that have a 174 and a 218. But for some reason, they don't have a voice that They just use naturally, and everybody thinks he's JFK Jr. Now everybody has a bank phone number that says me, John Fitzgerald Kennedy Michael, because that's what my phone number says. To the bank, my bank. Which is BECU. Like B and then C is 3 and U is 21. 321. Let me see. 321. Divine President JFK Second Coming 321. You know, like the mere reflection of 123, process 123, 27 spelled out 123. Where your relatives are king of the world and the anointed angel JFK Grace and American badass Jesus Christ and show me the money 188, President Kennedy 188, and everybody's a PC in your life. P16C3, make America great again 163, John F. Kennedy again 163, the chosen one again 163, Alpha and Omega again 163, John F. Kennedy again 163. That means he died. I proved that. But yet he's back. That makes him the man, 61. JFK Grace, 61. You, 61, because you are within him. It tells you everything you need to know. This language. Perfect thoughts. Oh, P16, T20, 162, the invisible man, 162. Think mirror, 261. President Jesus Christ, 261. Wow, I didn't know that. P16, T20, 36, real 36. 63 divine, real divine 99, most high 99. It's coded in ways you can't imagine until you spend enough time doing it. It's one thing to imagine you're the guy that has to go hug everybody and sign everybody's everything every time, all the time. Well, it hasn't even started yet. You don't even have any control of your life anymore. If you don't realize what's about to happen, people that went to Dallas, you know, the Ark, they understand what I'm saying. I'm just Michael. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy, 146. Let's go, Brandon, 146. Kennedy, Brandon, 146. It's just stupid. We all get to say that because he is within us. Or I'm just a gal, which is different. Of course, you never know until you grab them. Can't say 100% that Keith Richards is not Keith Richards. Can't that. Then that. Every now and then you just gotta have some humor. God, listen to the other side and everything's crazy. Plus, everybody knows not to go anywhere near Keith Richards till he's taking down a couple cartons of cigarettes. If you go back and listen to that recording this morning and pause and think, type it in so you can see it. Make sure you put keypad, hit the ciphers button and other, it'll be the hot pink one. That one's pretty amazing. It's on your phone. It's one that's been in your face your whole life. Push button phones, rotary phones, it doesn't matter. And that last one, the pound sign, pound me too movement. That's what it was called. Because 90% of the world sees that as the pound sign, not the hashtag sign. People aren't on Twitter back then. People weren't on Telegram. Telegram didn't even exist back then. They didn't even know what hashtag anything meant. It was the pound sign, pound me too. They know this because they know how your brain works. They know that 90% of your brain knows what they're saying. If you don't know that it's intelligent design, if you don't know Trump said the best is yet to come, 228, welcome to the ABC 123 world, 228. Type it in. Type it in so you can see it in your face. Write some of these things down, type them in, look at them in your face so you can see them. If you can't process it and you don't understand, type it in and think about it. I know it's not easy hearing a bunch of letters and numbers and words, and because I've listened to people and I know it better than a lot of people way back in the day. I was like, holy crap, this isn't exactly the easiest thing to follow. Because maybe they're not delivering it just right, or they're going too fast. I've never done that. But you just do it over and over and over again. But sooner or later, you just got to write it down and look at it and have it bitch slap you upside the head. Because that's what it's going to do. But sooner or later, it's going to click. And it's so simple. A is 1. C is 26. The cipher that we were given on the Q drop 40, Q40. It wasn't Jewish. It wasn't Sumerian. It wasn't what they call English. This is simple English or English ordinal. It's confusing, like the English language was confusing. When are you going to realize with your real eyes they're telling real lies? Now, how the hell are you supposed to be a foreigner and get this crap? Probably the same way you're supposed to get Mandarin Chinese. I wouldn't want to try and learn it. Anyway, they are in our face telling us stuff that you'll never comprehend until they bitch slap you upside the head. And you're going to go, oh my God. Like, you think you know? You think you know what's going on? Just wait. That's what I'm learning. And it took me a long time to figure some of it out. Which means it's not easy. Which means most of the people on Telegram or most of the people doing gematria that are actually listening to this story, the greatest story ever told. I already knew who he was. Before I got on Telegram. But then all of a sudden Sabrina Gal showed up and started telling a $5 Benghazi story. She just would tell this story. I gave it the title because I would tell her that, hey, why don't you tell the $5 Benghazi story again? $5. Lincoln's on the $5 bill because Lincoln was in it. Benghazi because he sent his kids to Benghazi. Benghazi ain't going away. 218. People are being exposed. 218. Negative 48 drops bombs. 218. I picked my hill to die on. 218. But I'm just a guy. $146. Kennedy Brandon, 146. I'm just Michael, 143. The president, 143. Right. And what I found out was nothing can stop what is coming, 316. Which is John, our man. My man that I was trying to bring justice to, and he is the justice. He is the truth. He was bringing truth and justice to us. Think mirror. I just stood up and did the right thing. At all cost. Because you'll never know what I paid. But it's nothing compared to the people that have served us, protected us, that have become victims by these freaks. When you realize that's all going to come to a stop, it's all going to come to an end. The treatment, 149. The anointed one, 149. He is going to give them the treatment. Magic treatment, 149. KKK treatment, 149. You never want to go before him because you won't be going after him. His game's a little different. In his game, there's an end, and he is the end. I am the beginning and the end. He ends it with our help. He ends at 84. I am JFK Grace, 84. He ends it with our help, 239. 23 is I am and 9 is most high. Help, President J. Kennedy, 239. He ends it with our help, 239. You're either helping or you're hurting. The process. The process 128. The storm did start on 1028. The last Q drop is 1208. The process 128. Independence Day 128. We shall remain free 174. Trust the plan 174. Want to play a game 174? Not with the treatment, I don't. The process is Magic JFK 216, negative 48 216. Keypad 96, Whiplash 96, negative 472 96. See, when you pick two names that are just perfect and everything else is perfect except for you, meaning me, meaning Michael Protzman. When you learn this language is perfect when it's used properly, because you can fabricate anything, especially the higher it gets. But when it's short and sweet, even if it's long, and it uses all the right words, like nothing can stop what is coming, 316. Nothing can stop what is JFK Grace, 316. You're looking for a Bobcat to buy. You're Michael Protzman, so you know it's going to be coded if you look back. Of course, I didn't know that, so I needed to buy a part because I was going to move out of my storage unit. 1022D, D1022, 122 I am most high, or throw the D on there, 126 Nasty John, 126. And you find out the Bobcat number. Of course, it's 160. It's a 160, which is Timpani Blue Angel. The Bobcat B2C3. And of course, the serial number is 529. His birthday, 91 POTUS, 41 King 17Q. And you paid $11,500 for it. The Anointed, 115. And it came on invoice number 2304 Kennedy, 234, 23, and 4 is 27 JFK. And negative 48 times negative 48 is 2,304. Your life might be stupid coded when everything fucking else in your life is coded. And then you stand there in your living room and realize you're the only one telling a story in gematria, period. You're the only one talking to Trump in code. And you just happen to know that JFK is the second coming of Jesus Christ, and you can't tell anybody. Wrap your mind around that shit. And there's going to be people better at it than me. They just weren't the ones that told the story. They just weren't the ones that figured it out. The normie. I mean, there's other people out there that know. I don't know if they spent the time doing everything, but they could have done it. Their job was something else, like saving your ass. I'm gonna make a perfect example this weekend. There's somebody coming that's gonna get a whole lot of hugs, and guess what they're gonna get? They're gonna get every hug everybody wants to give me. Nope, not gonna get. I'm not gonna give one hug this weekend. Not a one. Not a one. Nope, gotta give her a hug. Nope, my hug. She gets my hug. She's gonna be so sick of hugging people. You know what it's like at a rally? Try showing up at AT&T Plaza. Try showing up in the future where you're going to go in the future.
All right. So that is over. I want to take a look at a few other news things that popped up real quick before we move on. Start here. 6 Texas officials, including a Democrat judge, were just indicted on voter fraud charges. So that's pretty cool. Captain Kyle says, those officials, are they even American? They really don't look American, do they? It is pretty interesting. And what else did I pull up here? Trump to build a national center for homeless veterans with funds previously spent on housing for illegal aliens. We might have looked at that story already. And then this story. Ex-NCP DPS engineer, Marine commander, facing child pornography charges, accused of sex crime with a dog. What the actual fuck? Kind of glad they're rounding some of these people up, you know? You know what I'm saying? I think... Let me see if there was anything else. Oh, yeah, I wanted to play this video.
All right, bear with me. I'm going to throw a lot at you at once here, but I saw this, that Trump to build National Center for Homeless Veterans with funds previously spent on housing for illegal immigrants. I voted for that. Hold on. Man, we've been talking about Israel over there in Palestine. It's not Israel of the Bible for a long time, haven't we? We talked about Israel for last on the Q board and the Q drops. And now, all of a sudden, Trump cuts ties with Netanyahu. We know Netanyahu's no bueno. But things are starting to unfold, it looks like. Hold on. And then Scavino this morning, man, dropped this bomb. This amazing song, The Sandman. And it's a concert. He dropped it at 106, a timestamp 106. Hold on, check this out. So timestamp 106, you go to post 106 on the Q board. What's that say? Nothing's a coincidence. We're at war. Saudi Arabia cut the strings. Where's Trump going on Monday? Saudi Arabia? Oh. Okay, well, hold on. And at the beginning of that Sandman concert, that actual song in the video, he says, let's go! Well, remember, the timestamp is 106. If you round it up with the seconds, it's 107. Post 107 mentions go orders. I don't know, just saying. We need to decode it, but we got a big weekend ahead of us, I have a feeling. Love y'all.
So So there's that. And one other thing I wanted to show real quick. This guy makes a point.
We have missed the forest through the trees with Jeffrey Epstein. They want us to focus on the pedo shit, which is only this smaller chunk of a much larger international criminal organization that Jeffrey Epstein was a part of. Redacted just dropped an interview with Mel K. I had to listen to it 3 times. This Mel K, investigative journalist, has gone so far down the Jeffrey Epstein rabbit hole that the crimes and the amount of money is just mind-boggling. Because Jeffrey Epstein never had a job. And, like, check this out. Like, she lays out that Jeffrey Epstein was a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Group, and the Rockefeller Institute. These are the big movers and shakers in the international money world. Jeffrey Epstein had a net wealth of just what they've uncovered of $500 million, and he never had a job. Somehow he had an office at Harvard for 20 years and was a major funder of Harvard and MIT. Jeffrey Epstein owned his own bank. JP Morgan, and this is even crazier, JP Morgan handled a shit ton of Jeffrey Epstein's money, and somewhere in there, JP Morgan paid a settlement out to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein to the tune.
I think what this ties into, because I seen somewhere once where something said that the Epstein stuff was the keystone, or the cornerstone or whatever. Maybe it just opens the door to all kinds of things, because it implicates, FBI and all kinds of people and Israel and other countries. But I still don't know where O'Keefe's going with it.
Of $365 million. Why would JP Morgan need to pay off Jeffrey Epstein's victims? Because that was just one little part of it. As this Mel K lays out, the Lolita Express and these flight logs, they are a distraction. They are not the main part of what Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. The flight logs, there's no runway on Jeffrey Epstein's island. The Lolita Express wasn't a single plane. It was a service he was offering, and he would borrow multiple people's planes. He was borrowing planes all over the place. Like, billionaires borrow each other's planes and fly them around privately. Like, they're not using them. I don't know how that works. I'm not a fucking billionaire. These people were all involved in some massive blackmail, power, money laundering. Dude, she even ties in USAID. There are USAID payments to Jeffrey Epstein. Pam Bondi lets out yesterday that they have tens of thousands of video of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, well, and it's not just Jeff Epstein. It's going to be all these different people. But these are just, the pedo shit is just the tip of the iceberg. That is the blackmail. That is the power over these billionaires. What she lays out is Jeffrey was running guns, drugs, money, power, and human trafficking. All of it, all tied into one. Jeffrey Epstein was rubbing elbows with all the biggest people all around the world. This is a worldwide criminal organization that Jeffrey was involved in, and thus why they had to, because he didn't hang himself, And it's like, how many properties did Jeffrey Epstein own? The dude had Florida, New York, one in New Mexico, a house in Paris, a house in England, a house in the Virgin Islands. And everybody was not flying to his island. They all showed up there on yachts. They want you to focus on the flight logs because that's not how they were getting there. They all got to the island on yachts and boats and by a helicopter. So there again, that flight log thing is a distraction. Everybody's all, we want this list. That list is not going to get actually to the heart of the corruption that we all seek here.
It's the files people are asking for, just the proof to put out. People want to know who's implicated in these videos, who was involved. No, it has nothing to do with flight logs. Flight logs don't tell you shit. They tell you who was on an airplane. That's only going to come up if one of these witnesses or something, that connects in. But and then they'll look at who was on that flight. But I don't know. I think it's a big deal. It's going to bring down a lot of people. Hopefully, that would be the point of it. So we're gonna move on. I still can't get Rumble up, so we're gonna watch some William Cooper, and I'll be in the chat with you guys. Appreciate you joining me tonight. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed. Well, you can't really enjoy the news, but I hope you've enjoyed being here.
I'm going to be talking about a lot of things today. If you want to audio tape, that's fine. No videotaping allowed, period, under any circumstances. I suggest that you all take notes, because the truth is that no matter how smart we think we are, and me included, we usually retain only about 10% of anything that we hear. This is going to be intensive. For about 6 hours, I'm going to bombard you with information. So if you don't take notes, when you leave here, you're going to say, now, what did he say about that? And the purpose of this is to leave you with something. I want you to go out of here with a good understanding of the information that I'm going to cover. My purpose is not to change your religion. My purpose is not to make you believe everything that I say. On the contrary, I'm the only one in the world that will tell you, listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nobody, including me, including your mother, including your pastor, your preacher, your priest, your Uncle Bob, and anybody else that you can think of, unless you can prove it in your own research. And research, it doesn't mean getting a book off the library shelf and reading it and saying, well, he said it, so it must be true. Because I wrote a book, you see. And I'm telling you, don't believe me unless in your own research you can prove what it is that I'm telling you. Because this is the age of deception. And if you don't believe that, you might as well go home right now, because you're in the wrong place. This is the age of deception, and everybody today is living in a fantasy world, and they're promoting agendas that they don't understand because somebody has told them that it's the right thing to do, and they generally believe it. Most people go to the church that they go to simply because their parents did, and for no other reason. Most people who are Democrats because their parents were. Or they're Republicans because their parents were. If you ask them, what is a Republican, they couldn't tell you in 100 million years. They don't know. They vote that way because that's comfortable for them, because that's what they grew up with. Most of us do what we do because we grew up in it. So there is an awful lot about this environment around you shapes who and what you are. It's the truth. I had a woman at the post office where we live the other day say, I listen to your radio station every day. It's wonderful. But when Bill's show comes on, I turn it off because I don't want to be brainwashed. What is she admitting to? She's admitting that she's already been brainwashed because she is unwilling to listen to opposing viewpoints. That's the biggest number one sign of brainwashing that there is. It didn't matter that it was my show. It's any show. Any opposing viewpoint. Anything that opposes the status quo, if you won't listen to it, you're already brainwashed. You've closed your mind, and you are at the mercy of whatever manipulation they want to throw your way, because you've already determined that they're telling you the truth no matter what. You don't investigate. You have accepted blindly. That's the most dangerous thing that can happen to anyone. The moment that you say, this guy right here, I like him, I like what he says. He's right. I'm going to listen to him. And anybody that says anything different to him is wrong. You've just totally destroyed yourself. Because the truth is, he's a human being. I'm a human being. This young lady is a human being. Bill Clinton is a human being. Okay? When you mistake people for righteousness, or when you mistake people for the message, or when you mistake people for government, or when you mistake people for religion, you're making a big mistake. Because people, for the most part, are a big mistake. Does everybody understand what I'm trying to tell you? We are subject to temptations. We are subject to our own carnal desires, lusts, well, I could probably go through a list of about 500 things that can make an average, normal, good-thinking, good-doing person for most of the time, at some point in their life, do something that's absolutely terrible. Most of us are here and not in jail because most of us, when we did whatever it was that was so terrible in our life already, and everybody here, without exception, has done something like that, we got away with it, didn't we? Okay. The concept that imperfect men can rule imperfect men is absolutely ludicrous. The concept that you can give someone power and they're not going to abuse that power is also ludicrous. It is wrong for us to ever get into that kind of thinking. And the more power you give someone, the more opportunity they have to abuse or misuse that power. And the easier it is to fall into temptation for them. Now, I got to tell most of you right now, I don't like Bill Clinton any more than you do, but it's wrong. It is absolutely wrong of us to judge Bill Clinton. What we can say is we don't want him as president. He shouldn't be running the government. But unless you walked in his shoes, unless you know what temptations he's fallen prey to, or what people have offered him to be and do, what he is and what he does, being imperfect humans ourselves, it's not right to do that. If you're a Christian, you know, judge not lest ye be judged, right? So it's wrong for us to do that. It's okay to call him a communist because he is. Okay? It's okay to tell the truth. Truth is what I'm all about. And believe me, sometimes I get caught in the deception just like everybody else, but it's not as easy to catch me in the deception as it is to catch most of you. Because I've been caught too many times, and I learn from my mistakes. And I spend 99% of my time searching out the truth where none of you have ever looked. Some of you may have looked in some of the areas and some of the things that I've looked in, but I can guarantee you there's nobody in this room who has looked where I've looked as long as I have looked, as diligently as I have done it. Okay? Now, what I'm going to try to do today is sort of give you some of what I've learned. And you can take it for whatever you think it's worth. I hope that you will take it out of here and use it to search for your own truth. Truth is not always cut and dried. It's not always black and white. You can't get into the concept that, hey, this is right and that is wrong and there is no in-between, because that's not true. There are all kinds of in-between, all the time. And truth is elusive, folks. I have to tell you this. It's elusive at best, and it's hard to find. And the moment you think you know it all, you have lost yourself again. It's one of the major things that I've discovered in my life. Is by the time we reach an age where we understand we need to learn something that we don't really know at all, it's usually in the late 30s or sometime in the 40s. If you've discovered that earlier than that, you are the exception, you are not the norm. Because isn't it true that during the first years of our life, we're just discovering the world around us? We're subject to the authority of our parents. And Doyle, why don't you go ahead and put it up here? It won't bother me a bit. We're subject to the dictates of our parents, the authority of our parents, our preacher, our minister, high school teachers, principals, the community at large. And isn't it true that during those years we're basically trying to serve some sense of discover who we are and what the world is about, and not really what the truth is? Sort of fit our way into it whether we think we belong or not. And isn't it true that during those years the major preoccupation with most people is to be liked by everybody else? Isn't that what most of us spend most of our time in high school doing? Trying to be liked by everybody else? So that instead of looking for the truth or doing the right thing, we do what we think the other children around us would like for us to do, so that they will like us. Now, it's not bad to admit that, because it's a human thing. And every person in their younger years goes through that. Then we get into our later teens and our early 20s, and what is the major preoccupation on everybody's mind? Sex, right? Anybody who says no, I'll call them a liar to their face. It's sex. Whether you'll admit it or not, it's the truth. And because to be involved in that activity, or to have someone, whether you're involved in actually having sex or not, but the sexuality of being with someone else, you have to have a job, and you have to have a car, and you have to be able to talk the talk and walk the walk, right? So that takes up our life. And then sometime, usually in the later 20s, some guy sets out to get a girl and she traps him, right? So they get married. Some people don't, and that's to their great credit, because personally, folks, after having lived my life and being honest with myself, any woman who marries a man before he's the age of 36 is a fool. Because most men aren't ready for that. They're not mature enough, and you're just asking for trouble. But people have done it and succeeded. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. But that's what we're all wrapped up in that stuff. And none of it really means anything. Because it's all going to happen to you anyway. If you are just doing the right thing, you're going to attract the right people. And if you're a man, the right woman's going to come along. And if you're a woman, the right guy is going to come along if you're involved in doing right things. But the problem is we try to make it happen, and that's where we get in trouble. And we ignore all the most important things that we should be involved in our life that really matter. Because these other things are just natural things that are going to happen. You can't make somebody like you in high school. Whatever in the world made us think that we could make people like us? If we just go along and do what we're supposed to do and just be ourselves, people are going to like us. But we think we have to make it happen. Or we think if we do this or we do that, Susie's going to like us more, and we're going to have the hot date we've always dreamed about. Well, you might, but as soon as Susie finds out that it's all phony, it's all going to fall apart anyway, right? Okay. So by the time we're in our late 30s or sometime in our 40s is usually when we begin to discover what's really important in life. Now, if you don't believe that, look around in this room and look at the age of everybody in here. See, if I was lying, this room would be full of 16-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 25-years-old, but it's not, is it? What's the average age of everybody in here? Late 30s and 40s, right? So I'm telling you the truth, aren't I? By the time we reach that stage, if we make a concerted effort to learn everything that we need to know and begin to really do the right things, we don't have enough time left. That's why I devote every single moment that I have in my life to this. Because there just isn't enough time. And even if I do the very best job that I can possibly do, I can't complete the task that I need to complete before I'm going to pass on into another reality. And so it's so important to me that you get something from me and take it and continue with what I'm doing. The whole nation needs to be doing this. Now I'm going to talk about this country and what it's all about. Some of you are going to disagree with me. And during this talk today and tomorrow, I'm going to make some of you angry. And I want you to understand this. If what I'm telling you up here is not true, it's not going to bother you. You're a rapist. Did that bother anybody in here? Anybody get bothered by that? No. You know why? Because there's no rapists in here. If I said, you're a rapist, and somebody got up and started yelling at me and ran out the door, you'd know I hit somebody, wouldn't you? Okay. On my radio show, I use the term sheeple a lot. I can always tell when I hit the targets, boy, I get the letters. How dare you call me a sheeple? That person wouldn't have wrote that letter if that person wasn't a sheeple. Because they would have known I wasn't talking about them, right? Only the person that the arrow hits gets angry. So the reason I'm telling you this, if you find what I'm talking about disturbing, I'm hitting you with some truth that is bothering you. That's really bothering you, and you need to look at it really closely. Because it wouldn't be bothering you if it wasn't true. If it wasn't pinging on you personally with something that you know inside of you is not right, it's not going to upset you. And that's the truth. Okay. There are a lot of people who are extremely critical of my radio broadcast because they say I spend too much time on symbology and history and the mystery religions and all of these things that they write me letters and say, I don't care about that. It doesn't mean anything. Why don't you get into some nitty-gritty? Well, they don't understand that is the nitty-gritty. He who does not study and understand history is doomed to repeat it. And the same play has been being performed throughout the history of the world by what we call the builders, the controllers, the puppet masters, whatever you want to call them. And I'm going to start right at the beginning and tell you exactly who they are and how to identify them. Okay? Because there really are puppet masters. There really are controllers. There really are builders, but they're not engaged in building buildings. They're engaged in building people. They're building what they call the perfect race. They're perfecting humanity in order to control nature. They're building the utopian world that they perceive that we need. I say, who's we? We who? You didn't ask me about this. You know? And that's the problem with these guys. They have placed themselves in an elitist attitude to tell the rest of us what we need. And the truth is, we don't need them to do that. Okay? They haven't got the right to do that. They think they do because they think we're just a bunch of stupid cattle. And I got to tell you, for the most part, most people prove them right all the time. Not intentionally, but because the knowledge, the truth has been withheld from the people. And that's how they manipulate people, is by withholding the truth and controlling them with the lies. Okay? Now, first I got to start off here. I got to ask you a question. What's the most important thing about this country that you can think of? And I want to see some hands and hear some answers. This is a participation sport when you come in here with me. Okay? Yes, sir.
Recognition of God-given rights.
Recognition of God-given rights. Okay.
Individual liberty.
Individual liberty. Freedom. No king but King Jesus.
Sound money.
Sound money. Okay, now I'm going to ask you another question. Which one of those, because somebody already gave the right answer, which one of those do you think is the right answer? Everybody all at once.
Freedom.
Freedom. Why? Because none of the rest of them would exist without it. You couldn't have any of the rest of them without the freedom to do it. You give somebody the power to say you can't have one king but King Jesus, and you're not going to have King Jesus, you're not going to have Christianity, you're not going to have a church. In fact, if they catch you saying the word Jesus, they're liable to chop your head off and throw your body to the lions. Isn't that correct? Okay. The greatest thing about this country, whether you agree with me or not, it's the absolute truth. If you take this away from any person or any group of people, you have no country. Freedom. You have no religion. You have no sound money. You don't have any of it. You're subject to the control of the people who have taken your freedom away and who are now subjecting you to their will, because that's what lack of freedom is. Being subject. You know what subject means? To someone else's will. Freedom means you're subject to your own will. As long as what? As long as you take responsibility for your actions and you never hurt the person or property of any other human being. Period. If you do, you put yourself at war with someone else. Is that freedom? No. Then you're taking someone else's freedom away. You have become the bad guy when you do that. How many of you have heard of Dave Emery? Talk show host. KGO, San Francisco. Anybody? The other day he called me that famous fascist. Do I sound like a fascist? No. But you see, that's part of the manipulation. Because
He has a one-track mind.
Pardon?
He has a one-track mind.
No, he has an agenda, is what he has.
One-track mind, the way he thinks.
Yeah. He's not really thinking, he's fulfilling an agenda. He has an agenda. He's a socialist. He doesn't want people to listen to me who tell you that freedom is the most important thing in the world, because socialism can't have people walking around saying things like that. Because socialism doesn't give you freedom. They want you to think it does. Aren't they trying to bombard you with the delusion that liberals are for freedom? Liberals are for socialism. Liberals started out being for freedom when there wasn't any. Being for freedom was liberal. Being conservative was for the power of the king. Remember? All of our founding fathers were liberals. Believe it. They were also traitors. So when somebody calls me a traitor because I'm supposedly against the government, it doesn't bother me. I'm in damn good company. But you see, I'm not a traitor. Because what is the government? We are not the government. No, we're not even supposed to be. What is the government? The government is a contract signed by the founding fathers, which is called the Constitution for the United States of America. That is the government. That says what the government can do, what the government cannot do, when it can do it, when it cannot do it, where it can do it, where it cannot do it. Are you parties to that contract? Huh?
Nope.
No, you're not. How can you be party to a contract you didn't sign? You can't be. So it's a contract entered into between the signatories representing the first 13 colonies in order to establish a union of independent sovereign states for their mutual benefit and protection. Correct? Am I right? Okay. Only those who signed it and those whom they legally and lawfully represented are really bound to it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No. Now, don't get into all this posterity stuff, because posterity is only bound to it if they want to be. How do you get bound to it? You're in a territory which wants to become a state, and by vote you agree to become bound to it and are accepted as a state of the Union. You understand that? Okay. Why? Because you elected representatives to act in your behalf. Is that correct? Okay. Is that a democracy? No. Is this a democratic country? No. Was it ever meant to be? No, never. So why do we hear all this talk about democracy all the time? It's the agenda to brainwash the American populace into accepting democracy, which is what? The first step into socialism. Why? No, because in our human failings and in our temptations, if it's one man, one vote, the majority is going to vote themselves everything, right? And if you vote yourself everything, what is that? The state owes me a job. We're going to vote that the state has to give us all a job. We're going to vote that the state is responsible for making sure that I have X number of dollars a year, so we're going to vote that there's going to be a minimum income for everybody in the country. That's socialism. Lenin, V.I. Lenin, you all know who he is? The man who founded the Soviet Union. V.I. Lenin said, democracy is indispensable to socialism. You can take a free people, make them into a democracy from whatever they were before, and they will vote themselves into slavery every single time because they are weak. They want the benefits. They want the check from the government. They want the job from the government. They want a car from the government. They want medical care from the government. They want everything from the government. What's the fallacy in that? The government doesn't have anything to give you unless they first take it away from you. Right? Now, for somebody who works and is productive, they don't like that. That's not good, is it? Somebody, however, who is a weak victim, that's great, isn't it? Because they don't have to do anything anymore, do they? They can just sit back and be provided for. Have you noticed all across the country right now, they are creating victim classes of people? Why do you think that is? Because victims need care. Once you create a victim that needs care, you have another vote for socialism, don't you? Most of it is a scam. When I grew up as a boy, I lived all over the world. I remember one period of time when I was in junior high. That's 7th and 8th grade. I lived in Midwest City, which is right outside of Oklahoma City. I went to Midwest City Monroney Junior High School, which had just been built. We were the first students in that school. Nobody locked their doors. I never knew a girl that got pregnant. Never, ever, not once. Never knew anybody who was divorced. Never knew anybody whose home was robbed. I had my bicycle tire cut one time by a kid who didn't like me. Big deal. You know, what's that? $3 for a new tire. And of course I bloodied his nose. We both got whipped by our parents. Him for slitting my bicycle tire, me for bloodying his nose. I didn't care. He didn't care either. We lived in a different world than we live in today. Everybody earned a living. Everybody who wanted to work had a job. I don't care who it was. And the only thing that could hold them back would be the lack of an education, which was available to everybody, except in some extreme rural areas of this country where there really was poverty, lack of education, and inability to get good work because they didn't have that education. Now you see people coming in this country complaining about these things that have no legitimate complaint. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not pinging on immigrants, because if I lived in a place that was so terrible I couldn't support my family or put a roof over my head or even find a toilet to go to the bathroom, I would be coming across this border just as quick as they are. You can't fault them for that. It's illegal. You can fault the government for allowing it to happen because it's illegal, it's unlawful. And they're always talking about we got to follow the law. Truth is, we only have to follow the law that they think is okay. Why do they want these people coming across our borders? Because these people are helpless. They're without money, they're without a home, they're without a job. What are they? Victims. What do victims bring? Give them the vote and you're going to have socialism. That's why they don't try to stem the flood of immigration. It furthers the agenda of socialism. I feel sorry for those people. They're being used. And their only thought is to find a good place where they can have a good life for themselves and their children. They're being used and abused, and they all become good little Democrats. They all vote socialist, and they all want their handouts from under Uncle Sam. There are some who came into this country many years ago of many different nationalities who have learned the American way, are good Americans, are not immigrants. They are Americans, and they've established and have a sound place in this country. They're part of it. But they're being used. They can't speak the language. Because they can't speak the language, it's hard to find a job. When they find a job, it's not at the pay that they would like to have. So they look to the government to solve their problems. Does everybody understand what I'm telling you? You've often wondered, why is it that they don't do anything about this flood of immigrants coming across the border? And I'm not talking about just Hispanics from Mexico, Central and South America. I'm talking about from all over the world. They come here for a better life, not realizing that in coming here and being manipulated and used as they are, they're going to destroy all of their chances forever having the American dream. They're going to help bring about socialism, which will put them back into slavery again. And that's got to stop. You have to understand the agenda. You have to understand who's bringing it about and why before you can see the manipulations and how people are being used and manipulated to bring it about. How many of you believe that this is a Christian government? How many of you believe that it was founded as a Christian government? I hate to tell you this, but you're wrong. This country was built by Christians because that's the majority of the people who originally came here. And a lot of the things that they believed in is reflected in our laws and in our traditions and in our government. But the government was never meant to be Christian. Have you ever seen the government in church? Have you? Does the government go to church? No. Does the government pray? No. What is the government? It's the Constitution for the United States of America, the Bill of Rights, and the amendments lawfully made thereto. You see, you're mistaking people for the government. The founders of this country, by and large, were Christian. Many of them weren't Christian, but pretended to be, were deists, and you can find that in their writings. Many of them were members of the secret societies. How many of you believe Thomas Jefferson was a Christian? I'm not afraid. I believed it until I read the truth about Thomas Jefferson and studied his life. Thomas Jefferson hated Christianity. Thomas Jefferson tore up the Bible. Thomas Jefferson wrote his own Bible because he said the God of the universe could not possibly be that terrible God represented in the King James Version of the Bible. Don't be afraid to raise your hand in here, folks. Nothing that I'm going to say is intended as a personal slant or insult or attack upon anybody in here. But I need your cooperation in order for us all to learn. See, I wasn't afraid. I raised my hand. That's what I believed most of my life until I really studied Thomas Jefferson and found out what he really was. He was a deist. So was Benjamin Franklin. How many of you knew that Benjamin Franklin was the master of the Masonic Lodge in Philadelphia? How many of you knew that he was the master of the Lodge of Nine Muses in France? Have you ever studied the Lodge of Nine Muses? Boy, you better. How many of you knew that when Benjamin Franklin was in the colonies, he pretended to be a pious Christian, although he was not seen in church too much, pretended to be a pious Christian. However, he entered into a sexual relationship and a living arrangement with two different women and sired children by both of them, never married either one. How many of you knew that? How many of you knew that when Benjamin Franklin went to France, he surrounded himself with prostitutes and drank champagne almost 24 hours a day and just reveled in orgies? How many of you knew that? You'd be surprised what some ugly old men are capable of. See, these are things you don't know because you were taught something different, and it makes you uncomfortable to hear what I'm telling you, only for the reason that you've been taught something else and you've been reared with it and you've accepted it. It's hard to let go of something that you have learned and accepted that is not true. You don't want to let go of it because then you have to give up your comfort zone. How many of you know that George Washington was a Freemason? How many of you know if you're a Freemason, you cannot possibly in your wildest dreams be a Christian? It's absolutely impossible. And I can show it to you in their own words. So how could George Washington be a Christian? And you don't even know the slightest, teeniest bit about his real involvement in the secret societies. He founded a military order, a secret order of his military officers, the generals and senior officers of the Revolution. What's the name of that order? The Knights of Cincinnatus, also known as the Knights of the Golden Circle. What sprang out of the Knights of the Golden Circle many years later? The Ku Klux Klan. How many of you knew that? No, see, you don't know these things because you're so willing to accept that what you know is right without investigating. And until you break out of that mold, I'm going to tell you right now, you're never going to know anything about the truth of this country, who founded it and why, and where it's going, what's happening today, and what the consequences are going to be for us down the line. You see, all of this has happened over and over and over and over and over again throughout the history of the human race. These people know how to lead us wherever they want us to go because they study history and we don't. What was Rome? What was Rome? A republic? What kind of republic? A constitutional republic. They had a constitution. Did you know that? It was a republic. Did you know that? What happened to Rome? It fell into oligarchy, and then into dictatorship, then into rampant immorality, and socialism declined, fell, and became the Vatican. Anybody here doubt that? I can prove every word of it. The Roman Empire never fell. It changed its name. The emperor became the Pope. This is the truth. The old pantheon of Roman gods became the pantheon of saints, and they are identical in name and everything else. Now, I'm not trying to hurt Catholics. I'm not saying that you belong to the wrong religion. I'm not telling you to change your religion. I believe in freedom. I'll fight for you to be a Catholic or a Buddhist or a Baptist or whatever you want to be. But when you come to talk to me, I'm going to tell you the truth about all of it, whether you want to hear it or not. And the only way to escape that is to get away from me. Okay? We are all manipulated. All of us. Do you have the freedom to choose your religion? Do you? Well, it depends upon a few things. So however you answered that, whether you answered it loudly or quietly, you were right. Doesn't matter. If you were reared in a family that did not indoctrinate you into any religion, then by the time you reached the age where you could be responsible to make your own decision, yes, you could choose your own religion based upon honest study. If you're a child and your mother is Jewish, what are you? You're Jewish. And how are you reared? Jewish. So from the time you're a little baby, you are taught to be Jewish. Do you have a choice? No. Is Jewish a race? No. So is it true that if you're born of a Jewish mother, you're a Jew whether you want to be or not? No. You're a Jew because you're taught to be a Jew from the time you're born. Same with Catholics. If your parents are Catholic, from the time you're a little child, you're required to go to catechism. What is catechism? Brainwashing. What is teaching this little Jewish child that he's a Jew, whether he wants to be or not, and teaching him how to be a Jew all the time he's a little baby up until the time he grows up? It's brainwashing. What is it when your parents take you to the Baptist church from the time you're a little bitty baby and require you to go to Bible school and teach you all of these things from the time that you're that small and can't make a conscious choice of your own and don't know what is right is wrong? What is that? Brainwashing. Is it right? Depends on your viewpoint. Personally, I think it's wrong. I think everybody should be able to make a choice based upon honest investigation and finding out what is right to them. Now, a really devout Christian would tell me I'm full of crap. A really devout Jew would tell me the same thing. So would a devout Catholic, and so would a devout Buddhist. Because they don't want to hear it. Why do they do these things? To make sure that the religion survives and prospers and grows. Somebody else would say, oh no, it's to make sure that the child is raised in the proper religion. What is the proper religion? I could ask everybody in this room and get just as many different answers as there are people in this room. Isn't that true? Now, let me ask you something else. If this government were Christian, which Christian is it? Seventh-day Adventist? Certainly not Branch Davidian. Baptist? Come on. A relationship with what? A relationship with Jesus Christ? Can you have a country that is Christian and have freedom? No. What if in 100 years the majority of the population changes their religion to Buddhist? Now, what kind of country is it? You can't assign a religion to a country. A country doesn't exist except on paper and in your mind. The religion belongs to the people. Does everybody understand that? Let me show you something here. How many of you have seen this? What is that? Where have you seen it? Pardon? Where have you seen that? Jehovah's Witnesses, that's true. Where else? How many of you watch Pat Robertson? You don't recognize that? He had that for a long time. It's the symbol of what great Christian broadcasting network? Who's on TVN? Huh? What does it mean? This is the marriage of church and state. Is that what you want? What happened the last time you had the marriage of church and state? Anybody who disagreed got what? Burned at the cross, placed on the rack, chopped into pieces, tortured, murdered, burned. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe in freedom. If that's what you want, you're entitled to want that all you want. But I got to tell you, you try to bring this into being and I'll fight you with everything I've got. Because I don't believe in burning people at the stake. I don't believe in placing them on the rack. And I am a Christian. I don't believe in persecuting Jews because they're Jews, because they killed Jesus Christ, because I guarantee you there's not a Jew living on the face of this earth today that even knew Jesus Christ, much less killed him. That's what's called what? Corruption of blood. Our Constitution forbids corruption of blood, doesn't it? Because it's wrong. By the same token, I don't like Jews who say we're the chosen race and the rest of you are a bunch of stupid cattle and we're going to rule the world someday. You know what I say to them? Not if I can help it. Because why? Because it's this. Only it has a Star of David instead of a cross in the crown. Is that what you want? You see, that's democracy. When you have enough people who believe like you do to force your will upon everyone else, you become the bad guy. What does freedom say? What is freedom? The right to choose. As long as I don't hurt the person or property of any other human being, I can believe what I want, go to whatever church I want, be whatever I want, read whatever book I want, do whatever I wish, and do it abundantly and with prosperity. And without freedom, I couldn't do any of it, neither can you. When you ask for this, you're asking for enslavement. And right now, you might be the slave master, but who's going to be in charge 50 years from now? That's the uncertainty about these things. You might be on top now, but just wait a little while. It never fails. If you study the history of the world, you'll find whoever the oppressed is today will be the master tomorrow. A lot of what's happening in the world today is because this happened yesterday. Make no mistake about it, everything that is happening in the world today is because of race and religion and the persecution caused by those two different things throughout the history of the world. Is everybody up with me? I know that some of you don't agree with me. That's okay. I'm not telling you you have to. But I want you to go out of here thinking about these things and think about what is it that you really want. You want to be free so that you can be what you want to be and worship where you want to worship? Or do you want to cause a situation whereby you're in charge so that you can force your will upon everybody else so that they'll get pissed off enough to overthrow you and do the same thing to you? Because that's exactly what that brings about. Exactly, it's never failed. Study history, you'll see. It's the truth. So, gee, if our founding fathers were deists and they were members of the secret societies, and some of them were masquerading as Christians, and some of them were just flat weren't Christians, weren't masquerading at all, why did they create this country? They came here to create a new world, not a country. How many of you really read what they wrote? They didn't come here to create a country. They came here to create a new world. What did they call it? They called it the New World, didn't they? What else did they call it? The Grand Experiment, the Great Experiment. Remember reading those words? And just read right over them, didn't really understand what it meant? They came from a world that was oppressive, ruled by kings and queens and popes and prelates and bishops and lords and barons, who just because they didn't like the way you looked could chop you into quarters and throw you to the pigs if they wanted to, anytime they wanted to. And if you didn't believe the religion they wanted you to believe in, they'd burn you at the stake or torture you. In some way, make your life absolutely miserable. They came here to create a new world, free from all of that. But they knew that they could not be safe in the new world if the old world was the way that it was. How do you get rid of kings and queens and barons and lords and emperors and prelates and sultans and emirs? How do you do that? That's exactly right. A new world order. From the beginning, that was the goal, ladies and gentlemen. That's the absolute truth. From the very beginning, that was the goal. What do you think new world means? What do you think it means? So they did something that was unheard of, never been done in the history of the world. They set the cattle free. They said, you're not really a serf. You're not really a slave. You're not really as dumb as they say you are. You're not really a bunch of cattle. Now you're free men. You got brains. We're even going to write this contract to guarantee your freedom. But we know you won't keep it because you're human. And they wrote about that, didn't they? Didn't they tell us all the ways that we would give it up? Didn't they write about it? Didn't they warn us over and over and over and over again in all of their writings? They knew we would give it up because we're human, and they were geniuses who understood human nature probably better than any single group of men that's ever lived throughout the history of the world. They understood it perfectly. What did Ben Franklin say when he came out of the Constitutional Convention after everything was signed, sealed, and delivered? Somebody said, "Hey, Ben, what have ye wrought?" See? A republic, if you can keep it. He knew. They all knew. What was it really about? Why did they give it to us if they knew we would give it up? And they did know. Make no mistake about that. They knew. What do you think the fight over federalism was all about? They wanted to make sure that at some future point, the great central government would seize control. And they even pretended to fight over this. Like all of these secret society people do. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. We want all these people to do something. So you and I are going to get together. We're going to create two different causes. We're going to get all these people wrapped up in it. We're going to pretend to fight against each other. And this fight is going to bring about the conclusion that we really wanted in the first place. And they're all going to think that it was done accidentally by them, and we didn't have anything to do with it. How many of you understand the concept of Hegelian dialectic of manipulation of political resolution? If you don't, you'd better read Hegel and you'd better study it, because that's what's happening. That's what the abortion issue is all about. Can government decide the abortion issue? Can you decide it with laws? If you could, everybody would obey the law. There wouldn't be any issue, would there? The Supreme Court has already made the law, haven't they?
Thank you. I've been saying that for 20 years.
It's the truth. The whole issue is designed to create a conflict which cannot be solved except by some world body. What do you think the ozone holes are about? How many of you understand the ozone holes? How many of you don't? Okay, it's about time somebody explained it to you. Because this is one of the biggest cons going. And what's it designed to do? Create a conflict between people who need to pollute the atmosphere and people who don't want it polluted to prevent the depletion of the ozone layer so that we're all not fried by the sun's rays coming from the great Apollo up there riding across the sky in his chariot. And by the way, if you want confirmation of what I said about the Founding Fathers, if you really believe that they were Christian, go look at the city that they laid out from the air. Look at the symbolism that they built into it. All deist, all Masonic, all Jacobin. It's another word for Jacobin, Illuminist, Illuminati. Go into the Capitol building, stand right in the center of the rotunda and look straight up at the dome where nobody ever looks. And what do you see? You see the apotheosis of George Washington, riding across the heavens in the chariot of Apollo. Who is Apollo? George Washington. He's become God now. And around the perimeter of the Capitol dome, you see all the old gods of the Roman pantheon. They're all there. Zeus, Mercury, Prometheus, all of them. What's that doing on the inside of our Capitol dome if this country is a Christian nation? Can you tell me that? No. And you never will be able to in a million years unless you turn around and admit the truth. The truth is it never was intended to be. The people in government for many years have been Christian. Are they now? Most of the people in our government now are not Christian, and that's part of the problem today. They have no morals, no ethical standards of behavior, and therefore anything goes. They're a pack of pathetic chronic liars, which is the sign of a socialist every single time. Socialism believes in what? The supremacy of the mind of man, not in God. Anytime man has supremacy over everything, everything becomes what? Subjective. If you're God, how can you do something wrong? And that's the whole problem with this crowd now. They don't have anybody to answer to. You see, whether you believe in God or not, the human race must have God. They must have a superior power to which they must answer. If they do not, then everything becomes subjective. And if I want to slice your head in half, by God, there's nothing wrong with me doing it because I'm God. You understand that? That's really what's wrong. When man has nothing or no one to answer to, man can do no wrong, can he? Okay, here's the problem with the ozone hole thing. How many of you have noticed that every time they show a picture of an ozone hole, it's always over or near one of the poles? How many of you have noticed that? Every time. Because it has to be. It's the only place it occurs, and it's not really a hole at all. And it has nothing to do with what we do, it has nothing to do with CFCs or anything else that we do here on this earth, period. Because here's the truth of it. How many of you have also noticed that whenever that hole occurs, it occurs at that particular pole in the wintertime? Why is that? Well, the earth is tilted on its axis. So if this is the North Pole up here, we have the earth right here, and we have old Sol over here giving out his rays. What has to happen to form ozone, folks? Sunlight must interact with gases in the atmosphere. Which gas? Oxygen. When sunlight strikes oxygen in the atmosphere, it causes a chemical reaction which splits O2 into two single O's. So O2 becomes, what is that? Ozone. Ozone. Each one of these is ozone. But what is it also? It's what's called a free radical. It doesn't like to be in that position. It doesn't like to be unattached. Okay? Some like people I know. Can't be without a mate for 10 seconds. And so they always choose the wrong one, which ensures that they're going to break up and they can't be without a mate for 10 seconds. Believe it or not, most of us go through that little period. We think we have to be with somebody all the time. Not true. Okay. These, because they're free radicals, they don't like that state of being, don't last very long. As soon as they find something to latch onto that they can oxidize, they will. Or as soon as they can find another free radical of oxygen, they will form once again O2. Or if they can find another radical of oxygen and an atom of hydrogen, they will form water. They don't like being apart. So ozone doesn't exist very long after it's created anyway. It's in a constant state of creation and attaching itself to something else and disappearing. So ozone is in a constant state of flux, becoming and unbecoming all the time. And it's caused by the sun rays interacting with oxygen in the atmosphere. What do we call that layer? There is no such thing as an ozone layer. What is it called? Because what are these? These are ions. Ozone is an ion of oxygen. Okay? It's called the ionosphere. So why don't these freako-environmentalist liars call it what it is, the ionosphere? Because it would be the truth, and we can all prove that the ionosphere is not disappearing. It's where ionization of gases takes place due to interaction with the sun's rays, energy from the sun. Everybody understand that? So instead they say, there's an ozone layer. Oh, really? Can you taste it? Can you touch it? Can you feel it? It's the ionosphere. And this whole thing is a hoax. Because here's what happens. As sun streams toward the Earth, you can see down here at the South Pole where they're having summer, sun's rays are hitting all over the pole, aren't they? But up here, they're not hitting a portion of the pole. At the pole that is experiencing winter, what do they have there that's unusual about the rest of the Earth? They have 6 months of darkness. There's 6 months when the sun's rays are not hitting that part of the Earth or the Earth's atmosphere. And so there is no interaction between the sun's rays and the oxygen in the atmosphere, and so what is absent? Ozone. Is it a depletion of ozone? No, it's just a place where the chemical reaction does not take place. It is absolutely perfectly normal. And when the Earth moves around to the other side of the sun, and the southern hemisphere is then experiencing winter because the sun is then over here, the hole jumps magically from the North Pole to the South Pole. And all of the CFCs that we are leaking and using on the face of this Earth have magically migrated to one spot over the pole where nobody's leaking anything and depletes all the ozone right there. You see, if this was really true, where would the holes be? Los Angeles, London, Tokyo, there's a biggie. Phoenix, right? Do you know that the state of Arizona is the only state in the whole 50 United States that knows this and has passed a law saying, screw you, we know there's no ozone holes, we'll use CFCs all we want, and we do. We educated our legislators, not to the fact that if that this was a hoax. We did that, of course. But even though they knew it was a hoax, they didn't want to go along with it until we put pressure on them saying, hey, we're not going to support this scam, period. This is a scam, and you know it is. We put political pressure on them. They were going to lose their jobs unless they did what we wanted them to do. And so they did. Now, we don't always get our way in Arizona, because why do you think it's called Phoenix? And the Valley of the Sun, and the Sun Devils. That's all out of the mysteries. Phoenix is a Masonic city, if there ever was one, on the face of this earth. No. Phoenix is a symbol. Phoenix is the symbol of resurrection. Death and resurrection. Phoenix is the bird that rose up out of the ashes. Yes, sir. Why the hoax? What is the end result of the hoax? What do you have to solve this problem? World government control of the atmosphere. You see, they do it by stages. Give them the atmosphere. What do they want next? The biosphere, maybe? How many of you know about the biosphere? Do you know that the UN inspectors were just at Yellowstone National Park and determined that there has to be a buffer zone around the park? So the National Park Service is buying up private land and kicking people up off their land and closing roads to make this buffer zone, which will be absolutely off limits to any human habitation, occupation, or use forever, to protect the environment within the park. Do you know that this is just one little step toward seizing all of the wild lands, wildlife, natural resources, metals, and minerals up on the earth under the control of a one world government? Did you know that it's all been outlined in treaties for years? So why aren't you upset about it? What are you doing about it? What are you upset about it? I am. What are you doing about it? Silence. Who's?
We invited the Chinese communists to come set up house.
Yeah, but you see, these are all symptoms of things. It's the symptom that we're being controlled by some very, very smart manipulators who understand how to make us do their bidding, even though we may not want to. How many people are here? How many people should be here? Okay? How many people cares versus how many people don't care? And the degree of care is not whether they really care or not, it's whether they perceive that there's a problem, and that will tell you how effective the masters in control have been in brainwashing the population. They don't perceive that there's a problem. If they did, they would be here, wouldn't they? It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with what we're talking about. You could replace me with anybody who could get up here and do the same thing, and you'd have the same result. Because the perception does not exist that there is a problem amongst the general, what they call masses of population. And by the way, when you hear politicians and talk show hosts and newspaper reporters using that term masses, those are Marxist, socialist speaking Americans. Never use that term. Americans say the people, the American people, my fellow Americans. Only a Marxist, socialist, or a communist will use the term masses. And you're hearing that on talk radio and in the media all across the country all the time, and on television, even Dan Rather uses that term. Dan would rather be read. Okay, are you beginning to get sort of a feel of where we're going and what this is really about and how important it is that we understand it? And understand this, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not trying to change your religion or what you believe or anything. I'm trying to confront you with some truth in the hopes that you will use that information and that truth in order to come up with some decisions and some actions on your part so that we can change this. Turn it around. There is only one uniting common bond amongst all Americans. What is it? Freedom. If that isn't the most important thing in your life, you're not going to do a thing to help us save this country. In fact, more than likely, whatever you're going to do is going to help us destroy it. And I say us because it's the truth. If you want to really know what's wrong with this country, when you go home, go in your bathroom privately so nobody else can see you do it, close the door and look in the mirror. Look in the mirror. The truth is, what's wrong with this country is the American people have lost the knowledge and the motivation and the meaning of what it was all about to begin with. It was always about giving the common man freedom. Why? Because, folks, our founding fathers knew that if that would work, that would be the New World Order. If we could accept it and be responsible and hang on to it and make it work, that would be the New World Order. A direct result of it would be that giving the common man real freedom would topple every king and queen and sultan and emir off their thrones all around the world, and that's exactly what it did. Isn't that true? And they knew that they couldn't have any kind of a new world or new world order of any sort unless they got rid of the kings and queens and sultan and emirs and lords and barons. That's why they called this the grand experiment. Because that's what it was. If it would work, it would be the New World Order. If it wouldn't work, it would be whatever they thought that it should become. You know what they think it should become? You know what they're trying to make it now? A world totalitarian socialist government headed by a, quote, benevolent, unquote, dictatorship. They're going to present you with a Messiah. The whole world will accept this person as a Messiah. You can call him the Antichrist, whatever you want. I don't care. It's going to be the answer to all your problems worldwide. And the whole world is going to bow down to this person. Whether you believe in Christianity, the book of Revelations, or not, I'm telling you this is what's going to happen because I've talked to them face to face, and they don't even hide the fact. That person will wear the throne of the world. Behind that person will be a council of what they call wise men who will really be the rulers. This poor guy is just going to be the fool they stick out there to take the brunt of the public wrath whenever it's necessary. And you can knock him off if you want to. They just put somebody else up there. That's why I've said over and over and over again, so what if you impeach Clinton? So what? Who's going to take his place? Huh? Al Gore. And if you bump off Al Gore, who's going to take his place? Whoever else they want to put up there, because you don't have a choice. You think you have a choice? You don't have any choice, even if you vote. Because the choices that they give you to vote on all belong to them. Why do you think Charles Collins and Rosemary could not get in the debates? Could not get on ABC, NBC, the communist news networks, or any of the rest of them? Why do you think the American people were never shown them as a choice? Because you're not going to get a choice. They will put 2 or 3 up there for you to vote on. All belong to them. They'll even make it like they're really against each other. They'll make you believe it. They'll even throw you some trash about one of them, so maybe you won't vote for him thinking the election's fair because that's not a moral person. And then who do you put in the White House? The most immoral person that ever lived on this planet. William Jefferson, Communist Clinton. You don't have a choice. That disappeared a long time ago. There's not a nickel's worth of difference between the Democratic and Republican Party, and hasn't been for an awful long time. And it doesn't matter which one is in the White House, we still go toward the New World Order, don't we? We still go more and more into socialism, don't we? But if they were truly different, that wouldn't happen, would it? So, I guess that, what time is it? Anybody get the time? 2:30. Let's take a very short break. Let's hold it to 10 minutes because I've got an awful lot to cover, folks. Thank you very much. We're also going to do another Groom Lake trip. How many of you are interested in Area 51, Groom Dry Lake? That's going to be almost the entire subject of tomorrow's lecture. We're going to do an awful lot about that tomorrow. It's one of the major manipulations that's going on. It's something everybody is curious about. It involves tremendous technology and a lot of mystery, and it's extremely interesting. So, pardon? That's going to be in August. Let me see, June, July, August. I think it's the end of August, around the 1st of September. Is that Labor Day? Labor Day. It's going to be over the Labor Day weekend. We'll be going there. Is anybody here who went the last time with us? Gary. Stand up and tell them about our Groom Lake trip, Gary.
We went there mostly just to visit Bill. We didn't think to see the UFO. And on July 4th, they were doing a lot of dogfights, so that was fun. That was worth it by itself. And then we got to see a lot of tapes and a lot of research with Bill had done. That was really fascinating. But the July 4th evening, when we saw some fun, the most exciting one was the one that was in the opposite direction of which we were looking. We were looking over Groom Lake area.
And they were testing behind us because they knew we were there.
At about, I think, 2:30 in the morning, some little kids would say, what about that over there? Up toward Dealey, probably about 60 miles away or so.
Yeah.
We got the light advance for a while. It was really fascinating. If we would have stayed at Rachel, though, instead of seeing all five of them, apparently there was four of them at low altitude that we couldn't see. And from Rachel, you could see up that valley, so we could have seen all five of them. And the guy that told me that was a Air Force nuclear physicist that was doing a technique.
Yeah.
And he said he should have stayed here and had some more time.
Did you have a good time?
Had a great time just keeping up with you and stuff.
How about the people that came?
All really nice people.
Fantastic people. Only the best people ever come to our activities, and I'm not exaggerating at all. They are the greatest, most gracious, most polite, most concerned people that I've ever met in my life. And that's why they come. That's why you people are here. You care. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here. And that's the truth. So many of you fit into that category that I was just talking about. Some of you just grouchy old codgers and you know it. Like I get sometimes. Now, if I get a little impatient sometimes on the radio or anywhere else, it's because I've been doing this for so many years, folks. I don't want to be rude to anybody. I really don't. But I've learned a few things. One is there's no time left to suffer fools. There just isn't any. So if I'm confronted with a fool, I just let them know it, get it off my chest, get rid of them as quickly as I can, and hope that that is enough of a shock that maybe they'll get out of their foolishness. Okay? Because there just isn't any time. We're going down the tubes on a roller coaster. There is no time to tell you all that you are brilliant, wonderful American people, and that, with people like you, we don't have any problem. We're going to turn it around right away and, pass the hat and put some money in there and hoorah. Bullshit. It ain't true, and I ain't going to tell it to you. You're never going to hear that from me. We're in this situation because all of us, me included, we're dummies for most of our lives. And unless we change that, we are never going to turn anything around. And that is the cold, hard truth, whether we like it or not. And we all, at some point in our life, have to go in the bathroom, confront our own self in the mirror and say, Bill Cooper, you've been a fool for most of your life. What is the matter with you? You've got to stop it right now. You got to stop being stupid. You got to become a real American. You got to care about things. You got to find out what the truth is so you know what to care about. And it's hard to say. I know because I've done it. I couldn't be up here if I had not confronted myself in that manner. You've got to do that. You have to do it. If you can't make a change. You'll never understand. You'll always be saying, well, I ain't no sheeple. I ain't no fool. I know everything. I know what America is. Okay, just hope that I'm not around when you say those things. Okay. There's lots of things that you can do, that you need to do. But I want to just sort of give you a few things that are recent, so you'll know. And these are not really terribly serious things. Some of them are, but they're just things that you will all understand, and you'll understand them quickly. Listen to this. How many of you know who Alvin Toffler is? How many of you have read his books? What was the first book? Future Shock. Then after that was what?
Third Wave.
No, the third wave came after the second wave.
War and Anti-War.
Yeah. He wrote a whole plethora of books. Now, there's some people you can listen to who are not gurus, God's not whispering in their ear. They don't have a crystal ball. But they are what I call the inner circle. They know what's coming. They're part of it. And when they write or they talk, you'd better listen to them. One of them is Henry Kissinger. Listen to Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger doesn't just get up and jaw. If he says something that's important, listen to him. Whether you like him or not doesn't make any difference. But I've discovered that most people who ever meet him really like him a lot. He's very charismatic, very polite, very gracious, very nice guy. He's also one of the biggest traitors that's ever lived. But isn't he in good company? Really? Another one is Alvin Toffler. And there's lots more, and I'm not going to go through the whole list. But Alvin Toffler, whatever he writes, is generally going to happen. Another one that you have to read is Foreign Relations. Foreign Relations is published by the Council on Foreign Relations, and you can subscribe to their publication. Whatever they write in there usually happens about 2 years later. Whatever it is. It's almost like magic. If they're not involved in any of this, how come what they write about always happens? Almost everybody in government belongs to the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, or both. Toffler admits to having been a Marxist in the third wave. He wrote it on page 24. Now, when a socialist admits that they were a Marxist, what does that mean? They still are. Toffler says in the third wave, it requires governments that are simpler, more effective, yet more democratic than any we know today. What's that a code word for? Socialist. It is a civilization with its own distinctive world outlook, its way of dealing with time, space, logic, and causality. What's that mean? World outlook, world government, world control. Causality, social engineering. You understand what I'm saying? They speak in a code that they understand perfectly. The average person hasn't got the slightest idea what they're talking about. And if you don't study them and their symbology and what they believe in and what their agenda is, you'll never know. You could read this and never know what this guy's saying. Oh, that sounds nice. That's what most people say. Oh, that sounds nice. Doesn't it sound nice in a way? But if you really understand it, it's not nice at all. What they're saying is, screw you, we're going to enslave you. We're going to engineer how you live, how you think, how you work, everything. Hitler tried it, didn't he? You see, this is a big deception that Hitler was a right-wing guy. Hitler, and you better learn this if you never learn anything else in your world. Hitler was a socialist. Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party, doesn't it? Hitler socialized Germany. All control is always on the left. Always. If you're left-wing, you're for control of yourself and other people. A scale measures two extremes. On the far left, you have total control of everything and everyone, and, by the way, ownership of everything and everyone by the state, which is more important than anything. It's called communism. On the right, all the way at the extreme, you have the total absence and lack of any and all control by anybody over anything or anyone. That's called anarchy. Anarchy sucks. Communism sucks. Socialism is just a little step above communism and usually degrades into communism, and it also sucks. Usually anything close to anarchy also sucks. And so do all those people who want to engage in those things. To tell you the truth, they're in a mind state that sucks. A constitutional republic is somewhere in the middle of these two extremes. and provides safeguards to protect individual freedoms and creator-endowed liberty. Whether you believe in God or not, if you don't understand that freedom and liberty must be creator-endowed, then you are opening the door for somebody to take it away from you because they don't have to answer to a creator. You understand? So even if you don't believe in God, you better start. If you want to stay free. If you want to stay free. If you don't care about freedom, you don't have to believe in God. You see, there must be something that human beings answer to protect us from ourselves. Because the minute we become God, how many of you in here want me to be God? I don't want me to be God either. Because I know who I am. I know the temptations that I'm subject to. I have seen what power can do to people, and I might fall prey to that same corruption that would allow me to use that power wrongly. Even Jesus Christ, if you're a Christian, was tempted. What was it that Satan offered him? The world. What is it these people are after? The world. Jesus turned it down. They're not gonna. If you were to give me the world, you know, I'd be hard put to turn it down, because then I could make it the way I want it to be. Is it the way I want it to be, the way you want it to be? You don't know that. You don't know, and that's the big problem. Why would you even want to take a chance? I'm a pretty good guy. But you don't want to take a chance on giving me the world or anybody else. You don't want the world. You don't want vast amounts of power. Because you're a human being. And power will corrupt you and destroy you, and you will use it to destroy others. And that's the truth of the matter. You don't want it. Toffler said in the third wave on page 6, this book is based on what I call the revolutionary premise. That's Marxist if there ever was a Marxist statement in the whole wide world. Here's also what he says on page 9. Now, if you don't understand the ordo ab chaos technique, order out of chaos. By the way, that's the motto of the 32nd degree of Freemasonry. Ordo ab chaos. We'll just devolve everything into a state of chaos, and out of that we will bring order to the world the way we want it. And everybody will get down on their knees and thank us for restoring order and security to their lives. And they will be willing to give up anything to us for that favor. Quote, in the United States today, as in many other countries, the collection of second and third waves creates social tensions, dangerous conflicts, and strange new political wave fronts that cut across the usual divisions of class, race, sex, or party. All the old polarizations and coalitions break up. End quote. How many of you women thought Gloria Steinem was doing you a favor? Gloria Steinem is a communist who created the concept of feminism to destroy American family life. Feminism is not good for you. Being a responsible woman is good for you. Being a good person is good for you. Whether you choose to do it in business or in the home doesn't make any difference to me. And yes, you should get equal pay for equal work. And yes, you should have the vote and all of this other stuff. But feminism? Feminism is war between women and men. It was created intentionally to destroy the basic unit of freedom in this country, and that's the family. Toffler even admits that there's a plan. On page 10 of his book, quote, "Life may indeed be absurd in some large cosmic sense, but this hardly proves that there is no pattern in today's events. In fact, there is a distinct, hidden order that becomes detectable as soon as we learn to distinguish third wave changes from those associated with the diminishing second wave," end quote. There's always been a plan. They call it the great work, the great plan, the lost word. There's all kinds of words for it. It exists. It is being brought about. It is conscious. It is working its effect upon us now, today, as I speak. Now, I'm going to just give you a little demonstration of the degree of control that is already in effect in this country concerning communications. Now, if you're smart, you know that if you turn the dial on your radio and on your TV set and on every news story, it has the same slant in the same words and it's the same stories. You know that the news and the media are controlled. If you don't, you're not playing with a full deck of cards. Okay? It is absolutely absurd to believe that all these different networks, news stations, newspapers, and radio stations are all owned by different people, yet they all carry the exact same stories every day, worded in the exact same way, with the same agenda and the same slant. You see, if they were all separate and independent, that could never happen in a million years, because no two people ever attach the same importance to the same event or the same slant on the same story unless they're handed it. Two federal agencies are looking into a goof that led 4 extra states to get an emergency warning broadcast meant as a test for just one radio station, which caused all radio stations in those 4 states to go off the air. It's automated. They can cause one state to go dark as far as communications are concerned, or 2 states or 3 states, or all 50 with the push of a button. It's called FEMA. Relay points in Florida, Hawaii, Louisiana, and Ohio got the confusing signals. Now both the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Federal Communications Commission are looking into it to determine the exact cause and to be sure that there wasn't a functional error of the system, said FEMA spokeswoman Barbara Yeagerman. This was no accident, it was a test. To test the system, because they've never done it before, to make sure that they could cause selected radio stations in selected states to go off the air at their push of a button. It's the first time that they've ever made such a test, but they can't tell the public that they can do that anytime they want, anywhere, so they say, oh, it was a mistake. It was a goof. If you wake up some morning and you can't get any radio stations on your radio, you better dig a hole. I wrote about this in my book. I said the day will come when this will happen. Only it won't be a drill. It'll be to cause total confusion and panic in the population so they can do what they want and what they need to do, rounding up the people that they need to round up and need to get rid of in order to bring about their one world totalitarian socialist state. Without communications, what is the mob? Huh? Chaos. Without communications, without leadership, most people are helpless, useless, and dangerous. Don't believe me? Go back and look at all the videotape that you failed to make of the LA riots, which you should have made and should be studying over and over and over again. Also study how long it took for those supermarkets in LA to run out of food. And what happened to those supermarkets when they ran out of food? Did you know that over 50 people were murdered during those riots in LA, and not one single person has been prosecuted for any of those murders to this day? And did you know when you bring it up in the city of LA that the people attack you? Emotions were running high. It should be forgiven. We don't want anybody to be prosecuted. Hey, that's dangerous. Think it can't happen here? Think again. Some of the people you've lived around all your life, when society breaks down, will turn into your worst enemies, the baddest people you've ever seen. They will kill, rape, murder, and steal. Right now, they're nice people. And I got to tell you, you can never for sure determine who in the world's going to do what when that kind of stuff happens. You just can't. You don't know. You can't really determine who's going to stand up and fight for freedom when they suddenly realize that they're going to be enslaved by this new world order. Some of the people will surprise you. Some of the people who tuck their tail and run will also surprise you, because they're some of the people who are standing up right now talking and squawking the loudest about how hard they're going to fight. You'll be amazed at who comes out of the woodwork to really fight and who runs and hides and turns squealer and rats on everybody when it does. But don't make the mistake that you can determine who's going to do what now, because you can't. The only reason I can make this statement is based upon solid research of history, because this ain't the first time it ever happened, nor is it going to be the last if the human race has anything to do with it. We've been doing this since the beginning. How many of you have heard Hillary Clinton's latest quote? Commenting upon the release of subpoenaed documents, she said this, quote, "I'm not going to have some reporters pawing through our papers. We are the president." End quote. How many of you voted for Hillary? At Yellowstone National Park, United Nations delegates who surveyed the area last year called for a buffer zone around the park. So the Park Service is choking off the local economy by refusing to maintain certain highways and by buying up any property available. Of course, there will be plenty available as more and more owners are denied the use of their own private property, which causes businesses to shut down and economy to slow. Blah, 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 blah. Closing it off. Buffer zone means no human occupation. Now, what started this? How did they target Yellowstone Park and for the American public to be able to accept that? Remember hearing about a mine up there that was polluting everything? What was the name of the mine? Huh? I heard it. New World. Don't be bashful. The New World mine. You think that's an accident? No. Who do you think went up there and staked out the claim and started mining the New World mine to pollute everything, to cause this to happen? Huh? You think some miner went up there and staked it out and decided to name it the New World mine? You see, these people are arrogant. They love to flaunt what they're doing in our face. They like to slap us with it because they think we're so stupid. And like I said earlier, most of the time, most people tend to prove them right. They laugh at us, constantly laugh at us. Look at those fools. We got to stop that. We must stop it. Cleveland radio officials were baffled after a botched test of the government-operated emergency alert system disrupted programming on all local stations, went off the air simultaneously. And there was nothing that the local stations could do to get back on the air until FEMA released that button. No, they can't do that. Okay, folks, so you know all this stuff here is a scam. There's lots of scams. The global warming is another scam. The truth is, with all of the rural and geodetic temperature and weather monitoring stations around the world, if you take all the data from all of those and put it together, the truth is the temperature is actually getting a little cooler, not warmer. How do they perpetrate this global warming hoax? It's very simple. They take the temperature readings where the temperature is affected by some outside source, such as in the middle of a city. Right. They just change the place where they're taking the temperature so that the temperature is affected by something else. Artificial, usually man-created, like parking lots. Where is the temperature greater? In the park or in the parking lot? In the parking lot. Now I want to go a long way back into history now, because I'm going to start with a few things that you need to know, and it's going to explain a few things that you've been seeing, and then we'll come up to modern time, and then the last couple of hours are going to be spent on what's going on and what you can do about it. Okay? But first we have to understand history. We've got to. If we don't understand history, if we don't understand symbology, if we don't understand race and religion, you cannot possibly understand what's happening today or why, who's bringing it about, and what you can do to combat it. It's absolutely impossible. And a lot of people think they can, but they can't. And I'll give you an example of how you can't. Isn't it true that most Americans have been spending a lot of time for a lot of years trying to figure out who in the hell is destroying this country? Haven't they? Well, if you've been spending all that time, what's your answer? Logically, from what you yourself have discovered, not what I've told you up here. The answer is you still don't know, right? Isn't that correct? You look around for the enemy and you can't find the enemy. It's because you haven't looked in the mirror. And that's the truth. You've looked everywhere, except right here. I've searched my entire life to find the devil, and I finally found him. You know where he is? Right here. And I can let him take over, or I can cast him out. But he doesn't exist anywhere else. Don't believe me? Take all human beings out of a complete area and see what happens to that area. And this has nothing to do with the environment, the atmosphere, or anything else. I'm not an environmental freak. What happens? God's plan takes hold. The laws of nature rule. Everything functions as it should, and there is no evil anywhere. Now that ought to tell you that evil exists in the hearts and minds of man. That's where you're going to find the devil. If there is one, he's in us. If you don't believe that, try that little experiment. Just try it. Evil exists only where man exists. Okay? Is there evil on the sun? No. Why not? No, there's no men on the sun. There's no men on the sun. We're not there. The only place you'll find evil is where you find a man or a woman. And the more men and women you find, the more evil you're going to find there. It exists within us. Why does it exist within us? Well, we're going to find out some of it. And we're going to find out why certain things are happening. Okay? If we go back as far back into history as we can possibly go, and if we can imagine, no matter what you believe, okay, because what I'm going to recount to you now is the official hidden version of mankind that is taught in the mysteries. It's not what I believe. Doesn't have to be. And it doesn't matter whether it's what I believe or what you believe or what anybody else believes. What matters, folks, is that these people are running things. And if they're running things, what they believe will affect us, and we better know what the hell that is. Because that's what's driving them. Drives them. Whatever's driving them that's going to affect us, we have to understand to be able to combat it. A general that goes upon a battlefield without a knowledge of his opposing enemy commander, his abilities, his tactics, his forces, the weapons at his disposal, and the morale of his men, is most probably going to lose that battle. Those of you who have been in responsible positions in the military, you understand that. Here's their version of history. And like I said, it doesn't matter whether you agree with it, believe in it, or not. It's what they believe. It's what's driving things today. And you better understand it. They believe that way back at the dawn of the history of the human race, there was a golden age. How many of you have heard that? The golden age. So many people read about it in their writings and don't understand what it is and don't even ask a question. They just take it for granted. I did that for years. Golden age. Oh, that's nice. Keep reading, thinking that I understood what I was reading. I didn't understand what I was reading until I figured out what they're talking about. The golden age was the age of innocence in man evolution. This is their story, remember, so don't get upset if you believe a different one. Man could not think. It was an animal. It was innocent. Innocent. He went about his business living according to the laws of nature with the other beasts and animals and plants on this earth. What does religion call it? Garden of Eden. Religion says it's the Garden of Eden. God made Adam and Eve, put them in the garden to take care of the garden. They lived in innocence alongside the beasts of the field and the lions and tigers and the plants and the trees. Back during that time, man was, they say, vegetarian. Ate roots and plants and nuts and berries just like many of the animals did. Man lived in harmony with nature. At some point during that time, some man had an original thought. What is that called in religion? Original sin. Man wasn't supposed to think. Okay? This is what they say. Had an original thought. And with that original thought, he picked something up and he used it to kill an animal. Bonk. You're eating the root that I was going to eat. Bonk. And he killed it. And it was dead. He decided to take a bite and see what it tastes like. It tasted good, so he became a meat eater. and a tuber eater, and a berry eater, and a nut eater, and vegetable eater. And somewhere along the line, man had learned to use this club. The man that could use the club was more powerful than other men. Just like today, folks, there are people who seem to catch on quicker than others. Doesn't mean the ones who haven't caught on yet are stupid, or they don't have a brain, or they're worthless. It just means they haven't caught on yet. And so the guy that had the club became the king. I'm the king because if you mess with me, I'll hit you with my club, and you haven't learned how to pick up a piece of wood and hit me with it yet. So I am your master. That worked until other men watching him learned how to pick up a piece of wood and said, you ain't the king, I'm the king. Well, we the king. Let's all be king. And then men had to be wary of each other. That was the consequence of that. Men then had to be wary of each other. Then came a day when, lo and behold, fire fell from heaven. A streak of light came out of the sky and struck a tree and caught it on fire. And that tree was burning. Wow. Now, you'll never understand the significance of that until you understand the significance of this. Back in those times, according to the mystery schools, man was pretty much helpless. And man, unlike the animals, didn't have this big coat of wool. May have had some hair, more than we do now. But he didn't have this big woolly coat. He lived mostly in the tropics. If he went too far out of the tropics, he would die because he didn't have the means to protect himself from the cold. Man understood instinctively that the sun provided the conditions for life on earth. How did he know that? Because when the sun rose in the morning, he was damn thankful to see it, wasn't he? It was warm. And it lit up the earth, and he could see. He could see what he was doing. He could see dangerous animals coming from sometimes miles away. And he instinctively knew that the sun was giving of itself for him and for the plants and the other animals on the earth to live. And in giving of itself, it would all of a sudden sink down and disappear and die. Man lamented that passing. And he would spend the night huddled in fear, praying that the sun would come back and save him from the darkness. So the sun became the savior of man as it rose every morning and died every night. Man learned to confront the prince of darkness, and a battle raged between the forces of light and the forces of darkness every 24 hours. That was the beginning of the first religion according to the mysteries. And the first man who learned to predict what happened in the heavens became the first priest. And the priest was the one who sat the first king on the first throne. By using what? The gift that Prometheus brought to man. Who said that? I heard the word. What is it? Fire. Prometheus is another word for what? Lucifer. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Lucifer was what? The great angel of light. In the mysteries, they believe that the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden is a metaphor for the evolution of mankind. Now remember, this is what they believe. That man was being held prisoner in the bonds, the chains of ignorance in the Garden of Eden by an unjust and vindictive and terrible God. He was set free by Lucifer through his agent Satan with the gift of intellect. which was brought to man with fire. The story of Prometheus bringing the gift of fire from heaven to mankind is a story of Satan enticing Eve and then Adam through Eve to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. In other words, they believed that the great fall of man was not a fall at all, but was a tremendous gift from Lucifer, who is their God. What does Lucifer represent? The intellect, knowledge. Some man went to that tree when it was burning after it was struck by that lightning, after Lucifer was flung out of heaven by God. In Greek, he was called Prometheus, gave the gift of fire to man. Fire has ever since been the symbol of learning, knowledge, intellect. Why do you think every great book of learning has inside the front cover a lamp with a flame or a torch? Why do you think after they killed him they put an eternal flame on the grave of John F. Kennedy? It represents the conquering of nature and the universe by the mind, the intellect of man. It represents the apotheosis of humanity, the perfection of the race which they seek. Deep stuff, huh? It is deep stuff, but you have to understand it in order to be able to combat it, or to be able to work it to your will instead of being worked to their will. Whoever picked a burning branch up from that burning tree and learned to keep it alive became the ruler of his universe. Fire could only come from God. God lived in fire. Fire was God. Fire represented the ability to think. Fire represented the intellect. Why do you think every major religion in the world, bar none, up to a certain point in history, kept a fire burning on the altar which was never allowed to go out? It was the representation of the sun. All life, all energy, everything flowed from the sun. Sun was the representation of the power of God in the priesthood. To the common, profane humanity, the sun was God and was worshipped by almost every tribe and nation and people upon the face of this earth. It's important that you understand this because you're going to see this symbology everywhere. How many of you have really been to Dealey Plaza? What did you see there?
At the time we were there, we didn't know to look for the things that we do now.
You didn't see anything, did you? People go there every day. They don't see anything. How many of you knew that the ancient pyramids were never burial chambers? Never. Okay, some of you are up to date. Most of you aren't, but most of you don't know this. They were not burial chambers. They were temples of initiation in which the candidate was placed in the sarcophagus, suffered a mystical or symbolic death, lay 3 days in the coffin alone, and then was raised by the grip of the lion's paw, given a new name, and sent through the initiation in the passageways of the pyramid. How many of you knew that the sum total of all of the knowledge of the primitive peoples was built into the pyramids to be passed on to the initiates? The mysteries are old. Freemasonry is old. Rosicrucianism is old, ancient. It began when the first man picked up a branch burning and learned how to keep it alight. And he learned by hiding the method by which he maintained the fire, and by telling the common man that God dwelt within the fire, and by learning to predict the movements of the heavens, he could control all of the people in the realm that he could communicate to. And he became the first priest. The priests have seldom been kings, but the priests have always been the power behind the kings. Without the okay of the priests, the king cannot mount the throne, or could not in those days. Okay? So they learned several things. They learned that by being able to predict the natural events in the heavens, to be able to keep a fire burning on the altar, and to be able to start a fire from nothing and not teach that to anybody else, they could control large numbers of people who in those days thought that that was magical. And then their lives depend upon knowing when to plant the corn and when to harvest, when to till the ground and all of those things. These are the things that the priests learned to teach them. And of course, if they made a wrong guess or a wrong prediction, what was it? We've done something that's displeased God. Therefore, we must make a sacrifice. Right? You're it. For some reason, they were partial to virgins. In South America, it was whoever the captives were. And they would create wars just to get captives so that they could have sacrifices to appease the gods. All throughout the history of the world, these people have been the ones who have collected and hoarded the sum total of the knowledge of humankind. They call themselves the illumined ones, and in those days they were truly illumined, enlightened. They're the only ones who had the knowledge. The rest of the people were deprived. Over long periods of time, some knowledge would either leak out to the people, or the people would make discoveries, or would have original thoughts of their own and pass it on. So as man became more educated, the machinations of the Illuminati became more complicated and more clever. And the more they had to really hoard and guard the technology and the knowledge and the truth that they held. They called what they knew the esoteric, and what you know, or the profane, the exoteric. In other words, the esoteric is the inward truth, that which is withheld, that which is guarded, not known by what they call the masses. The exoteric is the outward form that they throw to the people, the metaphors that they tell. One of the ways they put it that I wrote in my book is that they speak directly to God while the people bow down to stone statues which can neither hear nor speak. Now, it doesn't mean they're really speaking to God. This is a metaphor, remember. What it means is they're really communicating the truth. This is what they believe. Doesn't matter what we believe in their world. And if they're controlling us, we have to understand what it is that they believe and why. You see, they believe that through the use of the intellect, man himself will conquer nature. And what happens when you conquer nature? You're God. Isn't that true? They believe through the use of science and the intellect of man, man will conquer nature and the universe, and man will be God. Now, does that ring true according to religion? Of course it does. Isn't that the promise of Satan to Eve in the Garden of Eden? God lied to you. He lied to you. He's withholding your true nature. You see, he doesn't want you to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because if you do, ye will surely become as gods, and ye will not surely die. Isn't that what he said? So aren't the mysteries saying the same thing? Only they're reversing the benevolence and malevolence of the two. In traditional religion, you say that the God of the Garden of Eden, who put Adam and Eve there, was a benevolent, good God, and they were living the good life. And if they hadn't have sinned, they'd still be there, living and taking care of the animals in the garden and be living a blissful, wonderful existence. And they're saying, hey, that guy that put them there and kept them in the bonds of ignorance wasn't doing them a favor. They were really slaves in this ignorant state, this innocent life, this golden age. Lucifer set man free, gave him the gift of intellect, the use of which will make him God. Now, it would amaze you to know how many people really believe in this. It would absolutely amaze you to know that some of the major religions in the world, disguised as Christian religions, actually worship Lucifer in secret. You would be amazed to know how many people believe that Jesus Christ and Lucifer were brothers, and that there was a battle between who was going to save mankind from itself. Jesus won that battle. He had his chance. He failed. Now it's Lucifer's turn. You might also be shocked to know that Tom Valentine believes that. And he said it in an interview with Richard Noon, and it's recorded in his book, 5/5/2000. What's the name of that book? ICE, The Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000. Get it and read it. It would amaze you to know how many supposed patriot leaders that you all look up to believe this, that are really not patriot leaders at all, but are functioning in the Hegelian dialectic to move you in the wrong direction, or to pit you against each other, or to just find out who in the hell you are. There's one that's traveled all over the whole country, and wherever he is the religion of whoever he's talking to. It's true, and some of you know that. When he's talking to Christians, he's a Christian. When he's talking to Christian identity, he's a Christian identity. If he's talking to Nazis, he's a Nazi.
Talking about Bobo?
If he's talking to Mormons, he's a Mormon. If he's talking to people who hate Mormons, he's left the Mormon church. If he's talking to the New Agers in Sedona, Arizona, he's tried every religion in the world, and he's never found one that he could believe in. That's Bo Greitz. Don't believe me? Go get all his tapes talking to all these different groups and listen to his own words. Now, I don't care what religion the man is. I believe in freedom. You know what I care about? He's lying to a lot of people. That matters to me. Some people tell me, well, that doesn't matter. He's doing good. I mean, you know, maybe he has some failings. Every time he speaks to a different group, and every time he gets caught, he says he's never going to do it again, but he does. And just recently on his radio show, this man was talking about how he put his son through past life regression and how he believed in reincarnation. The only reason I'm telling you this is so that you will be aware that you're being manipulated by a lot of different people and that you can't allow it to happen. You cannot believe anyone anymore. This is the age of deception. If you don't learn anything else today, I hope you learn that. This is the age of deception. Who's the great deceiver? So you better be careful if you're a Christian. If you're not a Christian, I hope you at least believe in God. Because if you don't, you're lost. We're all lost. Without God, there can be no freedom. There can be no creator-endowed rights. There can be no protection of those rights. And we are all lost. I don't know about you. I don't want to be lost. It's a terrible state to be in. Coming up through history, these people have always been the ones who have guarded technology, who have guarded knowledge. Why do you think it was that nobody was allowed to read a book in Europe for thousands of years? Do you really think that it would have hurt them if the common man could read books? Not just religion, but everything. They couldn't control man with the hidden knowledge anymore. What upset the balance of power in the world more than anything? The printing press. Why do you think President Bill Clinton calls me the most dangerous radio host in America and is sick the IRS, the BATF, and the FBI on me? Because I didn't believe them when they told me that I was just one lonely little person and there wasn't anything that I could do. I've never believed it. Many of you are sitting here thinking that right now. I'm just one lonely little person and nothing that I can do. This is all terrible news, but what can I do? And you'll go home and you won't do anything because you convince yourself that you can't. Well, you see, I just never believed that. I just couldn't believe that because you know why? Because I'm a Christian. Now, I'm not trying to insult you or say that if you're not a Christian, that's bad or anything like that. But that enabled me to come out of it because I looked back at what Jesus Christ, one lonely, helpless, solitary human being, did and enabled me to do whatever I want to do. See, he lit the way for me. So I wrote a book called Behold a Pale Horse. Had this big manuscript. Took me years to write it. Nobody will publish it. Well, I had this crazy feeling that if I was doing the right thing, somebody would publish it. Because I just believe that if you're doing the right thing, God will help you. And it's never failed in my life that anytime I'm doing the right thing, God always helps me, provides for me. If I'm doing the wrong thing, he smacks me down real quick. So somebody published this. Who published it? The enemy. Light Technology Publishing in Sedona, Arizona, a New Age publisher, wanted to publish my book to warn the world about what they were doing to us simply because it had something about UFOs in it and they're really all caught up in that. I started not to put that chapter in there. So the enemy published my book for me. Been stealing all my royalties ever since, but I don't care. Because my goal was not to make money, it was to open people's eyes. I don't care if she steals my money. I really don't. God provides for us, not her. So I published the book. The book made a big hit, I got to tell you. People were so scared of that book, you couldn't get it in any bookstore in this country. Now, folks, I'm telling you this not to build myself up or make you think I'm anything super, because I'm not. But just to show you that if I'm just one lonely little human being with a family that I must support just like you, And I have the same brain that you have. If I can do these things, so can you. That's what's important. Not that I did it, but that if I did it, you also can do it. The whole world was stacked against me. And I mean the whole world. You don't know what attack is. I've been attacked physically, mentally. We've been intimidated, followed. We've had weird people show up at our door at 2 o'clock in the morning with purple hair. We've been shot at, shit on, and everything else that you can imagine. We've been called every name in the book. I have been attacked by the White House, the FBI, the ATF, the IRS, the Communist News Network, CNN, ABC, CBS, and NBC, all of the major talk radio hosts in America, Rush Limbaugh, and I'm still here. And if I can do it, you can do it. And when all this started, I thought, God, I've got to counter this somewhere. And then one day there was a Stanton Friedman character on Chuck Harder. And he was just calling me every name in the book. Anti-Semitic, white supremacist, Nazi. And Chuck Harder, yeah, I know about that guy, Cooper. So I called Chuck and I said, hey, Chuck, you don't know anything about me. Why do you allow that to happen? And give me 10 minutes on your show just to correct the thing. We don't want anybody like you on my show. Anybody like me? But you don't even know me, Chuck. Well, I know about you. Okay. So I sent him a copy of my book, autographed it to Chuck from Bill. You know, read this. Got a fax from him. I can't repeat what he said in these fax because it might offend some people in here. So I said, okay, I got to get my own radio show. You can't do that. I can't. Why not? You know, radio today is like the road to Galilee. Jesus went along the road to Galilee. He'd find a rock and sit down and start talking. He didn't do what a lot of Christians do today. He didn't go out and try to grab them by the ear and force them to learn and tell them if they didn't learn they were going to hell. He'd just sit on the rock and start talking. And the passersby, the one to keep going, he let them go, never said a word to them. The ones that stopped, he'd just keep on talking. And pretty soon there'd be this big crowd there, and he would teach to them. Well, I found the road to Galilee. It was called a satellite. And I arranged through the Becker Satellite Network to get up on satellite. And I knew that there wasn't a radio station in this world that was going to carry my show. But I was going to be on satellite right there, and anybody coming along that wanted to pick it off a satellite could just do that, you know. And I wouldn't try to force them or make them or anything. And KDNO did it. That's why some of you are here. And a lot of other stations across the country did it. A lot of low-power FM stations did it. And a lot of people in this country have satellite dishes and listen to satellite radio that I never even knew about. First 2 weeks I was on satellite, I knew that nobody was listening to me, and all of a sudden I got hundreds of letters. Whoa! Jesus was right. Find a rock and sit on it and start talking, and somebody's going to stop and listen. He's never steered me wrong, ever, in my whole life. So I had a radio show. Pretty soon, WWCR called me and said, hey, you're hot. We want you on our station 5 nights a week. I said, I don't have any money. Well, we'll put you on for a reduced rate and we'll see how it goes. We still don't have any money. Sat down with Annie and we decided, well, if God wants us to do this, God will provide the money. And so we signed a contract for a year with no money. And we did it, and God provided the money. Everything I've ever needed has been that way. When I was doing a series of videotapes on the Kennedy assassination, I needed Kennedy material, didn't know where to get it. I needed speeches. I needed documentaries of his life. We were just driving down the road one day. Remember that, Annie? There was a little thrift store there. And I never go to thrift stores in my life. All of a sudden, I pull into the thrift store and park, and we all get out, walk in. What's right in front of the door? A whole rack full of Kennedy. Books, materials, records, and tapes. All used, all in various stages of decay and decrepitation, but it's exactly what I needed. And how much did it cost? I bought the whole rack for, I think, like 12 bucks. Now, if you think that happened by accident, you're nuts. I needed it. I was doing the right thing. God provided it for me. And that's the truth. And I'm not up here giving you a sermon. I'm telling you about my life. You got to determine what your life is. We were doing that. And we were finding out that a lot of people read newspapers, and we're getting the wrong information in newspapers. And people were attacking me in the newspapers and printing lies, just generally lies in the establishment press. So I said, well, we're going to have a newspaper. You can't do that. Nobody will carry your newspaper. Nobody will read it. I don't care. I'm going to have a newspaper. So, did a newspaper. Didn't do a tabloid. Didn't do a newsletter. We did a newspaper. You'd be surprised how hard it is to do and how easy it is to do. And because we printed the truth, everybody wanted it. And I mean everybody. And because we wanted the Washington to know that we printed the truth, we sent a free copy to every representative, every senator, every member of the president's cabinet, the president, vice president, and every agency head in Washington. So we'd know. We got you pegged. We're printing the truth. And a lot of people are reading it. Oh, they didn't like that. They still don't like it. Pardon? I don't know. Bill gets one. I don't send her one because she's not an officer in government, even though she may think she is. This is my hometown paper. It's published by a guy named Glenn Jacobs. He's just one lonely, helpless, broke little guy who happens to have a house full of kids and a wife who, by the way, gives him hell about printing this paper because he doesn't make a lot of money and it takes most of his time. But this is what he does. This is a Round Valley paper. This is where I live. This is our paper. Pass this around and see what's in this paper. You see, there's hope, folks. And you know who's doing these things? One lonely, broke, individual, helpless people with families to support like the rest of you, who are not doing what most of you are doing, saying, I have a family to support. I'm just one lonely, helpless, broke individual. I don't have any money. Don't say that to me. You can do whatever you want to do. And if you're doing the right thing, God will provide for you. I promise you that. It's a promise straight from my heart. I have lived it. I know how it works, and it's the truth. You find out what the right thing to do is. Make sure it's the right thing, and God will provide for you to do it. Now, Annie is the worrier in my family. Whenever we are running out of money or whatever is happening, she begins to worry. And when she worries, I tell you what, she lets me know. And what do I tell you, Annie? Trust in God and just do it. And God will provide. And God has always provided. Always. Sometimes it looks hopeless, but it's never hopeless. Believe me. When you just think everything's going to collapse, what you need will turn up if, and get me, understand this, folks, if and only if you're doing the right thing. Okay? If you let greed come into it, selfishness, if you're trying to do something to hurt someone else intentionally, God will not provide for you. If your number one goal is money, God's not going to provide for you. He's going to put stumbling blocks in your way. Doesn't mean you can't get rich. You can. Lots of crooks and terrible people in this world who got rich. But you're going to have stumbling blocks. You're going to have a hard, terrible life. And all of those people do, always. They're not happy people. Then we decided to start a radio network and do something nobody else has ever done. Empower the people to take back the airwaves. And they said, guess what? You can't do that. Well, we've done it, and we're still doing it. Now, I'm sort of jumping out of sequence here with this, and I've got to because Rosemary's leaving, and I want to make sure she leaves with this information. I think it's important because she's a leader in the Patriot community and in this community and a lot of others. So I'm going to tell you what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how you can be a part of it, and how you can alleviate the burden of expense on you and your community. We decided that 1 or 2 radio stations here and there is not enough. It's not enough to educate the American people, to bring them out of the wilderness, so to speak, and into a place of safety. Because this is the information age. Power is information, not money today. People who don't understand what's happening are going to be the victims in this war. They're not going to have a choice. So we have to give them that choice by giving them information. We have to educate the American people. We can't do it just by depending upon the good graces of people like Richard Palmquist to run my program and others on his radio station. He did it by the grace of God for a long time without anybody asking him to, and I thank him for that, and I don't think anybody should hold any animosity toward him because he took it off, because he was never required to have it on in the first place. I never asked him to put it on there. He did it because he thought I had a message and he wanted to run it. After a while, I guess money became a problem to Richard. He sent me a bill I couldn't pay because we don't have any money. Nothing. Everything we have is put in trust for the children. Right now, between all 6 of the trusts, I think there's about maybe $4,000 total. And most of that doesn't belong to us. Doesn't belong to us. Subscriptions people have paid to purchase Veritas and other things. It's committed. Okay? But it is important you have your assets in trust. Annie and I own nothing, have nothing, don't want anything. Everything is in trust for our children and for the nation. We have a charitable trust, which is the Independence Foundation Trust, which everything that is not used in the other trusts goes as a donation to the Independence Foundation Trust, which gives back to the nation that which it holds. Okay? Here's what we're doing. We put together what we call the Worldwide Freedom Radio Network. WWFN for short. Worldwide Freedom Network. We have purchased a satellite transponder for 24 hours a day. Do you know how much that costs? Do you have any idea what that costs? Pardon?
1,000 a day.
1,000 a what? A day? That's close. That's very close. We don't have the money. I just told you how much money we have. We purchased this for a year. Because we know that if we're doing the right thing, God will provide that money. God never fails to do it if we're doing the right thing. So we have the satellite transponder. is satellite GE1, the most powerful satellite in the sky. Transponder 7, write this down, folks. Satellite GE1, transponder 7, 7.56 is the audio frequency, wide band.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, I think this is where we're going to stop for tonight. Been on almost 5 hours. It's a long episode, but we can pick it back up tomorrow night if you all are interested. So, yeah. God bless you all for hanging in there. It's extremely informative. It's like watching, this is like watching David Strait's video. It's crazy. It's hard to keep up with it all, but we'll look at it more tomorrow night when we're looking at the news. So, speaking of the news, I suppose, like, I should take a look, see if anything else is going on. Doesn't look like anything. Yeah, I'm tired. We'll pick it back up tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow night, guys. Get some rest. Have some fun. Hopefully it'll be a nice day tomorrow. But I will see you guys all tomorrow night. And I think I'm going to go straight to the ending. Love you guys. Good night.